Okay, we are live now.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public, staff, and members of the PTC to this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Ms. Klicheva, will you roll the tape?
Yes. And sorry, just a second.
For written communications, please send an email to planning.commission@cityofpaloalto.org. Spoken comments using a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 920-2136-1997. You will be asked to enter an email address and name. We request that you identify yourself by name, as this will be visible online and will be used to notify you that it is your turn to speak. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute your speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time limit allotted. A timer will be shown on the computer to help keep track of your time. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, download the Zoom application onto your phone from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store and enter the meeting ID 920-2136-1997. Please follow steps A through D. Spoken public comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 920-2136-1997. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. You will be asked to provide your first and last name before addressing the board. You will be advised how long you have to speak. When called, please limit your remarks to the agenda item and the time limit allotted. For written communications,
Klicheva, will you conduct the roll call, please?
Sorry, forgot to unmute myself. Chair Heckman.
Present.
Vice Chair Ruparvar.
Present.
Commissioner Alchek.
Here.
Commissioner Chang.
Present.
Commissioner Lawing.
Present.
Commissioner Suma.
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak to an item that is not on tonight's agenda. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, press *9. Do we have any public speakers for oral communication?
At the moment, we don't have any raised hands.
Well, then we will move forward with agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Commission members, are there any? How about staff? Ms. Tanner?
Yes, we did want to note that one of the items that had been scheduled for today, which is the objective standards, item 5, has been rescheduled for the May 12th meeting. So it will be taken up on May 12th.
Thank you. So I see currently we have 2 attendees. So if either of you were here specifically for the objective standards item on the agenda, it has been moved to May 12th. Let's move now to city official reports. Ms. Tanner, do you have a report for us?
Yes, commissioners, good evening. Good to see you all. And we're just talking about hopefully seeing each all in person sometime later this year. We continue to await more information regarding what California reopening looks like, and then following from that, what it will look like to continue to work to restore in-person city services and activities like board and commission meetings. Overall, the county is making really good progress on meeting vaccination rates throughout the county, and maintains a goal that 85% or more of Santa Clara County residents would be vaccinated by August 1st. They're making some pretty good progress towards that. So that's certainly encouraging. For those watching, if you haven't gotten a vaccine, please consider it. If you are wondering how you can get connected, My Turn is the way the state is coordinating vaccinations. So that is a great place to go as a resource to figure out where you can become vaccinated if that's something that you are interested in. We still do also have testing. Continuing to test for COVID-19 is important. So there is still free testing available in Palo Alto, and there's more information about that on the city website. We do want to announce that we're really proud in our planning and development services, our development services side is offering a new feature, which is virtual appointments, an ability to go online and schedule an appointment to meet virtually if you are filing a new building permit application. So this would be a video appointment. It complements our system that already allows planning, building applications and documents to be uploaded online. But if folks want to dialogue with a project coordinator, have questions, want to check in on a project, it's a really great way to kind of replicate the counter experience in the virtual environment. So folks can find that by heading to our website, cityofpaloalto.org/Palo Alto permits. And you can find more information on how to get linked up with a virtual appointment with a project coordinator. So we're really excited about that. We think it will also help our department as we do prepare to open in-person services as we get closer towards the end of the summer, to ensure that folks can have a time when they're going to have their permit considered and have a meeting. That way folks aren't just waiting around in the lobby or wondering, how busy is it today? We think it will be one of those pandemic efficiencies that will say, why didn't we do this sooner? And so we hope it will be actually an amenity for our customers and create more efficiency for our staff as well. We did go to City Council on April 19th, last Monday, to talk about the street closure Uplift Local program, as well as temporary parklet program. We did get direction to keep the street closures open through the summer, actually to October 31st. So our late summer that we have, and then the temporary parklet program through December 31st. We also got direction to develop a permanent parklet program. So we'll be working with the Architectural Review Board on kind of what are some design aspects of that program. And we may also come to PTC kind of depending on how we put the program through the ordinance. Will it be in Title 18? Will it be under Public Works? And so we'll have some figuring out to do, but we certainly are looking forward to that work to figure out how to make parklets a part of our pedestrian and kind of our downtown and shopping district environment. I will say that these programs continue to evolve. The resolutions that support both of these programs were based on the pandemic. And so as things continue to hopefully go in a good direction, we may need to return to council either with a different basis for these programs, or they may just not be needed in the same way that they're currently configured. So happy to answer any questions about that. And then lastly, on May 3rd, which is next Monday's council meeting, there are two items that will be coming that are related to planning and development services and transportation. There's the Alma and Churchill Avenue intersection that transportation brought to you, I think at the beginning of April. We had that discussion. So that will be up at council on May 3rd. And then we'll also be discussing community development block grant funding. That's not an item that came to the Planning and Transportation Commission. The Human Relations Commission is actually the group that advises on the CDBG allocations, but that will also be the other action item on May 3rd. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nate Baird. He's going to give a few more updates for transportation and parking, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Nate, did you want to give an announcement?
I did. I needed to hunt for my
Mute button. Yeah.
Sorry about that all. But it's good to see you all. Just wanted to let you know we're continuing to do a lot of outreach with our Palo Alto parking action plan that kind of helps us translate our working plan items into strategies that we can implement both operationally and in terms of the community outreach that we want to do. An important tool that we have out right now is a parking survey that was sent out very broadly to residents, but also to businesses and to employees and employers. So we're hoping to ask you all to help us get more folks to know about that survey, take it in. We'll also be conducting some focus group meetings. And so if particularly because we've been looking at Evergreen Park, Mayfield area and the California Avenue area and how those parking districts relate to each other. We really need to get some more feedback from businesses in particular. So if you know folks who would like to convene a focus group with me from that area and just talk with me about what's going on there and what we can do moving forward, that could really help us figure out right size recommendations for the employee allocations and also just next steps thinking about virtual permits in that area with the LPR enforcement that's coming, but more importantly, the LPR data collection that we get from using those vehicles to understand parking occupancy throughout the city. So all of that's pretty exciting, but it's also just, community outreach is how we can come up with the actions that are going to help us the most. But it is hard right now to get folks' attention with the way the economy is right now and just how tough things have been locally. So it's hard to put one more thing on people's plates, but I think there is an opportunity to figure out what makes the most sense for Palo Alto right now. All right, so that's the parking update. Let folks know about that parking survey. We want employees, employers, businesses, visitors, anybody who parks in Palo Alto can take that survey and add value for us in terms of understanding what our parking needs are. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. And maybe the last thing I'll say is tomorrow, or I think maybe the Friday, is when our city's budget will be released. So if you're curious to see the city's budget, it will be released on Friday. And that's the report. Happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Questions from the commission? Commissioner Chang.
So, Mr. Baird, how do we get to that parking survey? And I don't think I saw it, but one route for publicizing it right now might be the coronavirus newsletter that comes out twice a week.
Yeah, we did have it in the coronavirus pretty recently. So that did help get the word out pretty well for us.
We can send it to all the commissioners, and we can send even just it in a message that y'all can forward if you have groups or just folks you know who might be interested. So we'll send it in a way that if you just want to forward it along, and then folks can get that link. I believe is it through SurveyMonkey or is it on our website?
We're actually using some of the capabilities of the new website too. So that's another good reason to check it out and try the survey out for yourself.
Great, thanks.
Other questions from commissioners? Then I will just note, as Ms. Tanner mentioned, that we have items coming to City Council, one of which is coming from PTC, that Commissioner Templeton, you're on deck as our council representative in May, with Commissioner Suma as your backup.
Thank you.
All right. We will now move into our agenda with item number 2. Agenda item number 2. It's a study session to discuss and provide feedback on the proposed scope of work for items referred by the City Council to the PTC regarding the Community and Economic Recovery Plan. Specifically, 1, quickly evaluate and propose changes to enable more diverse uses in more sites. 2, evaluate ways the city can curate a strong retail mix. 3, evaluate and propose changes to the geography of the retail preservation ordinance. And 4, refine restrictions on dining establishments. Ms. Tanner, may we have a staff report, please?
Yes. I'll share my presentation. Great. So good evening, commissioners. We're here to talk about the scope of work for the Community Economic Recovery Work Plan, parts of it that the council has referred to the Planning and Transportation Commission to take up. So just want to talk a little bit about what it is we're trying to do this evening. The purpose here is to provide the discussion and feedback regarding these items that have been referred to the PTC from council, and staff will incorporate the feedback that we received today into the scope of work and schedule for the project. So a little bit of ways to think about how the presentation and discussion can go today is to think first about like, what is it that the city council has asked the PTC to review? So that's kind of looking at those referrals. Second is to think, why have they asked for this? So kind of what are the contributing factors that are leading us to need to take up this work beyond the council telling us to? And then three, how might we approach this body of work? So that's really where we'd love to get feedback from you all around how we can approach this task and get it done in a quick fashion as the council asked, and also on a tight budget. So I think we're used to those time and money constraints. So first I want to talk a little bit about the current reopening status, just to kind of root us in where we are right now today as of April 28th. So this is a map on the right-hand side that shows the 4 risk levels that the state of California has established, and each county is rated based on its risk level. So this is a little bit dated. This is from April 13th, but it shows all the counties in California and their risk level, ranging from purple, widespread, all the way to minimal spread of COVID-19, which is yellow. As you can see, very few yellow tiered counties, and Santa Clara County right now is in the moderate risk level, which is the orange level. This allows some indoor business operations. On June 15th, California may fully reopen if 2 criteria are met. 1, the vaccine supply is sufficient to serve all who wish to be inoculated, and 2, that hospitalization rates remain low and stable. And at that time, it's been alluded to, although not, I think, specifically set out, that certain restrictions on indoor operations, for example, may go away, and many activities may be allowed to resume. Mask wearing indoors may remain as a mandate, and some other limitations on the size of very, very large gatherings, but otherwise it's fully reopened, possibly as soon as June 15th. To give us a kind of a cross section of ways that these different tiers can affect different industries, this is just showing kind of where we are in orange right now, where for dining, for example, you can be indoor up to 50% capacity. Indoor retail is open with some protocols in place like masks and other things, but no capacity restrictions. And gyms right now can be open indoors with a maximum of 25% capacity. And of course, this may all evolve pretty significantly on June 15th. So next, I want to talk a little bit about the city council referrals themselves and kind of what have they asked us to take up. So this timeline kind of tries to summarize some of those referrals and when they happened. It's a summary a little bit from what is in the staff report that you all had. So last November, and that should actually say 11/9/20, so apologies for the incorrect date there. Last November, we went to City Council and they asked us, as a result of that meeting, to quickly evaluate and propose changes to enable diverse retail uses in more sites and to evaluate ways to curate a strong retail mix. Part of that discussion that evening was picking up on discussion in September, where we kind of talked about, and that evening where we talked about some of the trends in retail, some of what we're seeing happening as a result of the pandemic locally, regionally, and really nationally in terms of retail. So there's both the pandemic related trends, but also even the trends that we had been observing before the pandemic, and really asking ourselves, well, when we think about economic recovery, what can the city do to help prepare the city to recover? And one thing that we can do is try to have a regulatory framework that allows businesses to open in some of the vacant storefronts that we have in Palo Alto, which have increased significantly due to the pandemic. The council also asked us to review the geography of the retail preservation ordinance, in particular thinking about, should the retail preservation ordinance apply to every location in Palo Alto as it does today? Does it need to be more tailored in its geography and where it requires retail to be preserved? So the other thing that they asked us to do that evening was to come back with some quick changes that could help to enable some more retail and retail-like uses in more sites in the city. So we came back on December 14th with an ordinance to amend some parts of, so for example, thresholds for conditional use permits for certain uses and a couple other small things. The second reading of that, though, ordinance was delayed until March 8th. And so the quick change was not so quick, but that did pass on the second reading. And at that time, the or the council also asked us to evaluate how to define and restrict dining establishments. And that's because at that meeting, there was a discussion, and part of the ordinance is trying to differentiate, let's say, a sandwich shop and an ice cream parlor from a full service sit down restaurant, and how those different types of and scale of uses should maybe have some different requirements. In the ordinance is a suggestion to use the definition or presence of a full commercial kitchen as part of the determining factor. And there was some pushback from some members of the community, of the retail and restaurateur community. And so wanting us to take a closer look at that and see if there's a better way to define that. And for the temporary changes that were made in that ordinance, they will need to come back to the PTC for us to review them and make a recommendation to council. And then we're here today for 2821 to talk about the scope of work. And so we're trying to fold these referrals and these items into the scope of work that we have before you today. So this is just another table. I won't go over it. That has the same information with the addition of the March 22nd meeting. The 855 El Camino Real, you recall, the commission did recommend to the council to allow some of the ground floor office uses or medical office uses in Town and Country. That will be coming back as a separate item. So we're taking the other two referrals together, and that item will come back separately. So now we talk a little bit about the trends and factors that are contributing to the need to take up this body of work. So this is kind of a simplified and somewhat idealistic version of how the economy, local economy can work. We have Palo Altans who are shopping locally, who are receiving goods and services locally. They are getting those services at local businesses that generate profit for them to pay their employees. And then there's taxes paid on the purchases and sometimes on certain services. And then those taxes support our public services, our infrastructure and public programs. And that helps to support the quality of life in Palo Alto. Of course, there are more contributing factors and other sources of taxes and sources of revenue that fund public services. It's not just goods bought locally, but that is an important part of our local tax base that does provide, in part, for the high quality of life in Palo Alto. And I think as importantly, contributes to a very strong sense of place and sense of community identity in Palo Alto and in many other communities as well. So what has happened in retail, both before the pandemic and from the pandemic, that has kind of threatened that virtuous cycle of support and high quality of life? The first is that the pandemic caused not only a massive disruption in terms of not being able to go anywhere and do the things we normally did, and unfortunately a very high loss of life in the United States, it also had a massive disruption to the global economy, leading to closures of business, especially retail and restaurants. So on the right, you see a report from September 2020 from Yelp. They were using their database of all the businesses that are on Yelp to kind of be able to understand what has closed this is September of 2020, that was open on March 1st of last year. So just, not even a full year. And what you can see is that restaurants, for example, 61% of restaurants had permanent closures, 39% were temporary. Shopping and retail, very high closure rate. You can see some of the other categories having a lesser closure rate, but still pretty significant within their categories, just a lower overall number, even though you saw a lot of permanent closures. And so we can see this in Palo Alto when we see quite a number of vacancies in downtown, in Cal Ave and other places across the town that used to have, thriving and viable businesses located there. What I think is also, I found quite troubling is just kind of how our state fits. It's not always easy to get good local information, but I think what this chart, also from the same Yelp report, shows is where are the most businesses closed by metro area. And so we can see Los Angeles is number one. It's, the second largest city in the country, so perhaps not surprising. Same thing for New York. San Francisco area is third. And that's pretty troubling. We don't see San Jose on the list, and I'm not sure if they included San Jose and San Francisco together in the same metro. You see a number of California cities actually on the list of closures, and California overall is the state by far with the most permanent and temporary closures, just as a pure number. And even when you look at closures per total closures and closures per 1,000. So I think it's just showing that our state is under a bit of duress in terms of what our businesses have been facing. There are also a lot of trends in retail that are also shifting and have been shifting for quite a while that are not pandemic brought on by the pandemic, but perhaps have been cast even further ahead because of the pandemic. So for a while, retail has been reorienting to more efficient platforms that give consumers kind of a one-stop shopping. So retail is not dying. People continue to buy things. Perhaps the pandemic did disrupt that. People have been saving more, but people are still buying things. Just how they bought them and where they purchased them and how they got the goods was changing. So what we're seeing for in-person retail is a shift more towards enjoying experiences than just purchasing goods. So this is the experience of being out with friends and family to go shopping or to grab a bite to eat, to enjoy browsing versus, needing to get a certain product. And so you're going out and physically getting it. Shoppers in cities also want retail that's walkable from housing. And again, that's a lot about that experience. And retailers themselves are shifting to what's called omni-channel, which is where you can buy it on your phone, on your computer, you can get in-store pickup, you can get a delivery, it's contactless. So all of these things were kind of already happening in the background, but now it's kind of almost you must have that to be a successful retailer in the pandemic environment, and particularly I would say in California, the Bay Area. So some of the more exacerbated trends because of the pandemic are consumers have mostly tried a new way to purchase. I think the McKinsey report, 77% of consumers have tried a new way to purchase a good because of the pandemic. And so where some folks maybe hadn't tried online shopping before the pandemic, maybe they have now, and they believe that they will continue to stick with that or use that in the future. So that means that some of these things may be here to stay, these patterns of consumer behavior. Consumers also have been spending fewer and are focused more on essential goods, and consumers have become more accustomed to staying at home. So there's a little bit of concern of, are we creatures of habit as humans, and how much will people, there may be some demand to really get back out there and be in the world, and at the same time, some reticence or just kind of people having what they need at home and not going out as much. So what do we want to do with all this information and the work that we've been given as a body? What we want to propose is that we have a pretty narrow and focused scope where we first look at kind of what are we trying to achieve, and particularly kind of thinking about what is the impact that we're seeking and what are some best practices from other successful retail areas that we can assess and kind of look to as, yeah, this is kind of where we want to go and where we're headed. That assessment of best practices needs to look at a variety of retail environments, both pedestrian oriented, like our CalLab and our university, but also auto oriented, like our shopping centers or places that are located on El Camino Real that are more oriented towards automobile customers than foot traffic, as well as our regional draws. And then we have neighborhood serving areas. And so trying to understand the different types of retail environments we have and what the best practices are for those. What mix of uses are present in really successful and strong retail areas that have evolved to meet the current demands of our time. And then I'm going to say, okay, that was successful. Let's compare what was successful to what we have. What are our definitions? What are our code regulations? What are our development standards? And this is where looking at the geography of the retail preservation ordinance can come in to say, is that ordinance helping us to achieve a best practice and achieve what we want to go, where we want to go? And if not, what are the changes? Do we want to add new definitions, add new uses, refine the ground floor development standards? And then third is then to turn those kind of that gap analysis, if you will, into what are our policy recommendations and ordinances that we would want to bring to council for consideration. Now, I know I put this in 3 meetings. I realize it may not be as crisp as just three meetings, and there may be activities in between, but as kind of a way to think about the different phases of the work. And then this is the last slide. It closes with the questions that were in the staff report, thinking about our desired outcomes, and then also thinking about the proposed scope of work. These are some questions to hopefully guide the feedback that you may give to staff today, but certainly are not meant to curtail discussion of other areas of interest that the PTC may have. So I will end my presentation there and turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. We will invite public comment, but before we do that, I want to find out if any of the commissioners have questions of staff on the staff report. All right, seeing no commission. Oh,
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to raise my hand. Here we go.
All right, Vice Chair Rupavar.
I had just a clarifying question, just so I could understand and not have it in my head going through this whole thing. Where you say that focusing the applicability of the preservation ordinance may strengthen its impact on retail, the retail preservation ordinance, could you explain that further? how does that work? Would it be like, okay, we're only gonna, let me just leave it broad and then see how you answer.
Well, for example, the retail preservation ordinance essentially, in my understanding, kind of looks at where retail was present. I think it's March of 2017, and says that if a new use goes there or a new building is built, that retail needs to be part of that. So
Right.
that essentially spreads retail out over the entire city. Some of the best practices may indicate that concentrating retail in areas could be a preferred strategy. And so if you want to concentrate retail in specific areas, preserving it everywhere, it doesn't achieve that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you. Like, I get the argument, but versus like saving it everywhere in the city, now you're only saving it in concentrated places, but it should result in greater retail because it forces the concentration there.
I think the idea, I mean, again, this is not like I'm saying this is the truth, but an idea
Yeah.
is sometimes that there is clustering of businesses, and that the clustering creates stronger business for all those business. So you might think of, this is maybe a minute example, but antique districts where there's several antique stores co-located. And you see this in different industries where certain industries like to be near each other. You might think, well, they're competitors. You want to be away from each other, but actually being concentrated as like, hey, that's where you go if you want to get your X, and you can go to all these shops and comparison shops. So for example, I live in San Francisco, Union Square. That's like our retail district. And by concentrating it there, it becomes like the place to go and do that type of shopping activity. So again, folks can disagree with this, and clearly the council and this did decide a couple years ago to expand retail preservation everywhere. And so it's just a question that they've asked us to examine, is having retail preservation everywhere what we want to do as we go forward.
And the thought process is like over time, the retail elsewhere in the city might become less, but it'll become more concentrated here because that's where everyone's going to co-locate.
Yeah, and that it doesn't necessarily mean that retail will go away other places, that it could be prohibited as much as is the ordinance in effect everywhere the way that it is today.
And then the second question I had, the data trends that you showed for Yelp, those were California, right? Are those or national?
The first slide was national with
National.
the different categories, and then the second slide was showing over the
The
metros.
city. So the national one that we saw, is that what you're also seeing, categorically in terms of what Palo Alto, does that translate? Do you guys have more specific details as to what you're seeing, like where you're seeing retail leave in Palo Alto, clearly like Cal Ave University, and then what specific type? And does that
Yeah, I don't have that
categorize?
level of detail information available at the local level by category in that way.
And then I had one more question. The direction from city council, was it open-ended, or are they open to creating an additional retail area? Like we have Cal Ave, we have University. Is that like part of the kind of scope of what we're going to discuss, or is
Yeah,
it more
there was no
preserving?
direction about geography, Vice Chair. There wasn't like, just look at this area or just look at that area. So I think there's certainly openness to how we want to tackle the geography of retail. I think there certainly is a geographic component of what do we allow where in the city. And so I think that certainly is part of the looking at best practices and even understanding what we allow today. Like what's the kind of canvas and landscape for not just retail, but other uses as well that are active ground floor uses.
Understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Lowing, questions of staff before public comment.
Yeah, just one small clarification question on your table 10 on the 3.821. You talk about the first half there, raise thresholds for continued conditional use. And then you say E is define restrictions on dining establishments, but that's not meant to be constrained. In other words, if we thought other conditional uses should be changed, we can address that. I was just confused with the way it was presented there.
Yeah, so it is a little bit, it was an interesting motion, I'll say that. So what specifically, so the motion, it's a little bit confusing because the ordinance passed, right? So the ordinance is like already in place, the temporary ordinance. And so I think what council was responding to was a request from the Town and Country folks actually to say, we don't think a commercial kitchen should be what decides what category the restaurant falls into, whether it's, and I have to go back and look at the category we named. I think we called it like food retail or something. So they don't want the kitchen to be the deciding factor. And so council said, okay, well, PTCU take a look at what should be the deciding factor. So the way I see this fitting in and as part of what we'll be doing, I imagine we'll be doing is evaluating our definitions of uses. What do we allow and how do we describe it? And so part of that update would be to say, well, we have this definition, do we agree with it or should we, massage it further? The rest of the ordinance, though, does need to come back and either could be somewhat part of what we do with this project, but the ordinance is temporary. And so to become permanent, it would need to be reviewed by the PTC first.
Right, but what I think I heard you say is that we're definitely going to look at restrictions on dining establishments. But if there are other subsets of conditional use permits for retail that we should look at, you will include that in the work that comes back to us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm not seeing any further. I am seeing a further question of staff from Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. Was the concern about dining definitions the parking requirements, or I was a little confused about what that issue was about?
So part of it was that if you have a smaller kind of food retailer, they have the same parking establishments as a sit-down restaurant. So they may have more turnover and churn of customers coming in, getting ice cream and leaving than a restaurant, but they have the same parking standards as a restaurant.
Okay.
And so there is a concern that, especially, part of the temporary ordinance is that it is time limited so that it can be really focused on the recovery time period versus kind of ongoing throughout the city's future operations. And so, are there some kind of smaller food retailers that may be able to open more quickly that don't need a full kitchen, that, parking standard may hinder them from opening, and a parking standard that's for a restaurant may not be the appropriate standard to apply.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we will now open the floor for public comments. Please raise your hand. If you wish to speak on the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Ms. Klacheva, are there public speakers for this item?
Yes, we have one raised hand, and Veronica will share her screen with a timer. Okay, here we go. So our first speaker is, and will be 3 minutes, right?
Welcome.
Yeah, so our first speaker is Hamilton Hitchings. Hamilton, you can unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to share your comments. Thank you.
Hi, these are not well-prepared comments. I just am watching this meeting, so I thought I'd share my conscious stream here. One of the questions, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, one of the questions is, how long do you leave University Ave and Cal Ave closed so that the restaurants can go out in the middle? And I think the priority should be on helping the restaurants recover. There is some commuting impact because the Caltrain station is at the end of Cal Ave, and University still is a thoroughfare from 101 to Stanford. So I think that needs to be weighed with the duration of how long to keep them closed. But I wouldn't be in any rush to reopen them. I think, helping the devastation that has hit the local retail and restaurants is pretty important. With Town and Country, I am not enthusiastic about putting medical on the first floor. Putting it on the second floor, honestly, I think it's go crazy would be my short answer. But on the first floor, I think it really does have a negative impact. So I would recommend against that. On the other hand, I do think giving them some flexibility on the restaurant stuff, which they specifically asked for, they had some very specific requests. could be really helpful to them as well. Another thing I want to emphasize is the retail really is different in different places. Like for the neighborhood serving, the retail is critical because it allows you to walk instead of getting in a car to go shopping. And a lot of us throughout the city do that. It's the, and like I know certain, like whether you're in Midtown or like where I am, or down in South Palo Alto, they're really helpful. So I don't think putting medical in those is a good idea. I'm not, I kind of feel like it's okay if some areas of El Camino, we allow housing to supersede retail, specifically south of Oregon Expressway. Now, I think you should, consult with the folks who live in those areas, but certainly from my perspective, some of that retail does not appear to be thriving, or maybe concentrated where you essentially have sub-concentrations within there. Thank you very much for entertaining my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We don't have any raised hands. That concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. I will bring the study session item back to the commission for discussion now. And so as a study session item, we're really looking, staff I think is looking for direction, perhaps consensus, but not basically motion-borne items. So I think we're going to engage in a discussion, and to maybe help frame the discussion, I do want to point out that our focus tonight is not on the substance of the 4 items listed in the agenda. Diverse uses, curating strong retail mix, the geography of the retail preservation ordinance, and restrictions on dining establishments. Rather, we are one step before that substantive dialogue tonight. As I understand it, what the input staff wants from us tonight is on how to go about what the scope of work, how to pursue the scope of work that will study those 4 items. So they're not looking for our specifics on those 4 items. And this is where I believe that the last slide Ms. Tanner showed, which maybe it would be helpful to pull back up, is our guide to help us frame our comments tonight. And I think that these are the 3 and 3 items that you may have seen on packet page 18 in our staff packet. But I think this is where they're looking for our input. Ms. Tanner, do I have that right? Okay. All right. So with that in mind, I would like a commissioner to lead off the discussion with their initial thoughts. And I think what I'd like to do here is ask the commissioners each to take no more than 5 minutes to make a first pass regarding any or all of these items, and provide their thoughts for staff. Commissioner Chang, thank you for stepping up first.
Thank you. I'm excited to talk about this because I think many people in Palo Alto are excited to talk about this, or to see some changes and to see reopening, and hopefully very soon after reopening, not so many vacancies. So when I was going through this, the question that continually popped into my head, and I'm hoping that by the end of today, maybe we can give staff some guidance, or staff can tell us if they have perspective on this issue, is what's the timing constraint on this? Because as I look at how City Council phrased a lot of the questions, it was about doing this quickly. And if I think about pandemic recovery, these are things that need to be implemented quickly. In other words, if we make a change to code in 3 months or 6 months, it's going to still take time for the market to react to it, for a retailer or a potential small business to say, okay, I want to take over the space. That's going to take time. And so if it's not something it's not something that we can implement until a year from now or a year and a half from now, I would venture to say that might be too slow. And so one way to prioritize what we look for and what data we request is it's all kind of in service of something quick. And I hope that I don't know what quick necessarily means, and I would like to hear from the other commissioners about that as well as staff, but that is the imperative to me as I'm reading this. Very quickly following after identification of a time constraint is I'd like to hear from staff, what are those resource constraints? How many hours of staff time do we have to put towards it if we say we want these things to be done in 6 months or in a year, whatever the time constraint, whatever the deadline is for us. And similarly, how much money do we have? Because I think Commissioner Rubivar was already alluding to this. Gosh, it would be nice to have some local data on what are we seeing here. So after the time question and the resource question, my next question after that was, okay, but what's really the problem? Vacancies are the problem, but why? And I think that's where the data or information and some of the work that I would want to see is, why are we seeing some of these vacancies? Because once we know why, then we can take a look at where our code is or what rules we have that might be causing some of these problems, and then know what levers we can pull. Because when I looked at this, I was like, well, we're the PTC. How much can we actually do? What are the levers we can pull? And then I said, wait a second, we need to back up. I don't know what levers we can pull because I don't know what the problems are that we're trying to solve. So that was sort of those were the questions that came up for me. It's not necessarily a prioritization per se, but hopefully after we go through one round, it'll become clearer. And then finally, just a quick comment about the retail preservation ordinance. I think it's interesting about this idea of maybe focusing on concentrating it in a few places, but I also note that that flies directly in the face of this McKinsey report data that, as Tanner showed, about walkability and the desire for walkability. Because the places that we have in Palo Alto, I mean, I'd want information on that. Like what percentage of residents are covered by those concentrated areas. And I would venture to say that there's whole swaths that would benefit by more vibrant retail south of Oregon Expressway. But again, that may be a much longer time frame problem that we can't solve in 6 months. And so maybe we would put that on the back burner in the interest of making immediate change now for revitalization. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Other commissioners? Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Suma.
I was going to try to go later in the order, but I'm going to jump in now. I'm going to speak to half my points in this round. I'm going to try to tackle 4 or 5 of them. I don't know if I can make it in 5 minutes, but I'll try. Okay, I think it is exciting to me that that the staff is embracing this the way they are, because I think this is a very interesting opportunity. So there are 2 goals in my mind: the immediate term survival of our existing businesses as they work to overcome, what are the devastating impacts of the pandemic, and secondly, considering the long-term future of retail in our community, looking beyond the return to the status quo, and instead thinking of this as an opportunity to make Palo Alto a tool for economic and social transformation. Like, I think we either do it or we don't, and we either fail or we succeed. That's how I feel about this. Really quickly, examples of immediate term survival policies that we should absolutely encourage and we should not consider ending: the street closures. it's not just about getting back to open, it's about giving restaurants the opportunity to continue to benefit from that added space, so that they can recover losses from when they couldn't. I in my mind think it's very reasonable to imagine that that space becomes less usable as we enter the winter of the upcoming winter season. And so any elimination of that early this summer or in the fall seems like a terrible idea. We should take advantage of our warm fall. We should allow restaurants to continue to benefit. Stanford will figure out a way to make it work by going around university. And I think that will still be a while before where all the businesses are back. And frankly, the businesses are what make that downtown food scene work. Another thing that we need to figure out how to encourage, if it's not already like some kind of emergency policy thing, things like curbside pickup. That all of those are tools that existing retail is using now to facilitate their success. Okay. Now moving on to this sort of bigger idea, which is the, how to reshape retail, rethink retail. I think that as we consider sort of the role of ground floor retail, I share the view that such space should be treated as a quasi-public space. So like, when we go to get our haircut, when we go to shop, sometimes that's a private activity, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes that space becomes very social. It's where people gather. And tonight's effort is about thinking of ground floor retail more expansively. And, many of us are probably familiar with that notion of the third space, home, work, Starbucks. That was often considered, an example of that. Their business model was associated with the third space concept. I think we should be encouraging developers and property owners to repurpose ground floor storefronts with this third space in mind. How can you attract people to spend time together, share space, share community? That's how we have to look at ground floor retail. I can talk a little bit more about that in the second round if people want more examples. When the commission first reviewed the retail preservation ordinance, I strongly opposed its Palo Alto citywide application. Today, I would encourage City Council to refocus the application of the ordinance to our main streets, downtown and Cal Avenue. We should be requiring commercial retail uses only in places where there is continuous retail frontage that is most likely to succeed. Okay, any citywide retail preservation ordinance that could apply to some island of a retail is not good policy. And then the second half of that is focusing on the retail ordinance isn't enough. We have to expand the definition of what uses are permissible. And I would encourage staff to consider not just allowing by right retail stores, restaurants, bars, and cafes, but also small scale manufacturing and non-commercial uses, nonprofit services, spaces for art and culture, performance uses, childcare, elder care, medical facilities, and shared workspaces. I think we should basically assign a staff member to research what are like the most broadest definitions that are happening in the US or maybe elsewhere, and try to at least put that in front of the decision makers. So examples are, we need to make it easier for pop-ups to lease and operate space. Our code should be examined to figure out what can we do to encourage flexibility. Specifically, what building codes are barriers to the flexibility that would be appropriate to match the trend today of this like fast-moving, entrepreneurial, opportunistic, flexible business owner that just like, I've come up with this idea, I want to try it. The property owners, welcoming to it. Oh, but it's going to take me 3 months to get this working, and that's too long. And so, moving things like movable dividing walls, making approvals and permitting, especially for TI work, really fast and easy, so that businesses that are trying to open up shop can. And then I want to end on this concept, which is this 15-minute city. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this concept. It began in Paris. It took land use aficionados by storm, became very popular, captured their interest. And the idea is basically, how might cities better plan for residents to meet all of their needs within 15 minutes of their home? Now, I would suggest to you that at times, Palo Alto seems to be moving in the opposite direction. Well, I'll give you an example. What happened to iSing was moving in the opposite direction. We want our community to be a place where your family can participate in a choir, where you can get tennis lessons, where you can get a massage, where you could see a hip replacement doctor, where you can get, and all within 15 minutes. And this concept is more about integrating neighborhood oriented businesses and amenities that I absolutely think we should explore. So, the city should consider, along with this, the city should absolutely consider right now investing resources in things like our Chamber of Commerce or any other merchant associations. I don't even know what merchant associations are present in our community, but we should be investing resources, creating partnerships with them, asking them, how can we support you? And this concept of the 15-minute city flies in stark contrast to the discussion we had earlier, where you were identifying Union Square as this place where that's where we put everything that's retail, right? And this idea that why do people love Noe Valley? Because you can walk to downtown Noe Valley from anywhere in Noe Valley, and you can experience a very retail rich space. And this concept of trying to bring these services and amenities into each neighborhood, as opposed to saying, you know what, residential is only for residential. That's a mistake. I think Edgewood Plaza is not my favorite example because it is so on the edge of our community that, but it's on 101, so it doesn't feel like it's within the residential community, but it could have been. It could have been in Eleanor Party Park and worked just as well for all of that community.
I'll check. Are you near a pause point?
Yeah, I'll stop there. So that's sort of, those are some of the directions I would give staff and to explore.
There will be an opportunity for further comments, Commissioner. I'll check. I will go to Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Thank you. And well, first a quick question for staff. Is part of the scope of this item to look at the citywide retail preservation ordinance, or would that be somewhere down the road?
Yes, that is part of the scope of this.
It is.
project.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then I think at a high level, interesting ideas from my colleagues that I've already heard from, and I certainly think we want to preserve. So there's certain retail uses that we want as many people in our neighborhoods to be able to walk to, like pharmacies and coffee shops, cafes and restaurants and grocery stores and even more. So I think we want to try to retain that as we move through this process, walkable. And that is certainly why I live where I live, because I can walk to the Cal Ave downtown very closely. And before that, I lived in downtown Palo Alto. So I think it's important to retain that citywide. And I wonder if we don't need to think about having a new retail center over near where, like the San Antonio near 101 area, where we're thinking about, where we're beginning to develop, frankly, a new residential neighborhood. So I think we should keep that in mind. I do think we need Palo Alto specific data, and I'm not sure how much time it will take or how much staff time and budget there is for that, but it's kind of like we don't have that data right now. I also think I don't feel like we're post-pandemic yet, and I see the pandemic as sort of, it's outside of our normal retail concerns. It's like a meteor hit the earth, it's a catastrophic event. So it doesn't align with regular retail thinking, but so I want to make sure that we keep that in mind. And then, so it's data and understanding the parameters, as I think Commissioner Chang put out there. And then also for a long time, there's been a lot of discussion about having an economic development executive in the city to kind of curate, almost like Town and Country or Stanford Shopping Center, the owners, because it's one owner, how they curate those to be very successful uses together. I don't think the council discussed that most recently, but I know that for many years, former Mayor Holman has talked about the need for that, and I believe it's come up from some of our current council members. So I think that's something we should talk about here also. And I don't want to get in the weeds, but I also think there's an existing constraint outside of the pandemic that affects the retail in the Cal-Ave business district, which is the idea that at the day the business district froze, everybody was frozen with those uses, because unlike other areas, it's not parked just per square foot, it's parked per use. So, and my best example, I think I've used this before, is there was a frozen yogurt store that wanted to go in where a coffee shop had been. And in the Cal-Ave business district, actually walk-in restaurant services, so carry out has the highest parking requirement. And I forget what it is, perhaps Assistant Director Tanner remembers, but it's really, really high. And we actually, there isn't any ice cream store or anything on Cal-Ave. It would have been a great business to go in, and it couldn't because of that. I think keeping in mind that we don't want to burden the nearby RPP neighborhoods, but I think that's a constraint on Cal-Ave and in the Cal-Ave business district. And I think it's why we've also got so many small gyms. So I would like to explore that as part of this process. And I'll leave it there for now.
Chair, may I respond to some of Commissioner Suma's points?
Yes, Ms. Tanner.
It's mainly just because I know there's a lot going on. I probably should draw like a web of all the projects in the city and how they connect to this one and to each other. Mr. Baird from the Office of Transportation is working with planning on an effort to bring consideration of how to use the parking resources in California Avenue. And one of those proposals is an in lieu program to allow some of that use for public parking resources, to allow some of the exchange that used to happen when folks were paying into the assessment district for the previous garage that was built. So we are bringing that forward to council to consider, and we can certainly keep you all abreast of how that goes. And then also there is a firm that has been contracted by the city. I think it's called Good City Company. I believe that contract will be approved soon. And that is to help with that economic development piece that you talked about, which has been noted by many to be missing. And so that is the first step of not necessarily having a staff person, but having some focused resources at the city's disposal for economic development.
Thank you. What was the name of the company? The
I believe
economic.
it's called Good City Company. And so I don't know if the contract's approved yet, but I think it's on its way. It may just literally be like needing to get signed kind of thing. And so they'll be working with the council as well. So we do have a couple initiatives that are running in parallel, and we will do our best to make sure that they are coordinated and not running into each other.
Excellent. Thank you.
Right, Commissioner Lowing, followed by Commissioner Templeton, and then Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I definitely think the tone of the staff report is correct to begin with, saying that we want to identify possible outcomes. And to me, that means the benefits that might come from our work on any of these issues. I think it's actually fairly easy to articulate around the four that we have here, what those benefits might be. And if we want to get to it later, I've written down what those could be. But that, of course, is the starting point. And as Commissioner Chang mentioned, it's also, we have to look at what problem are we trying to solve here, if there is one. If there isn't one, but we can still improve, we can still look at it. So overall, particularly in light of some comments that were just stated, I look at these four areas as very valuable for us to investigate for retail health, quite in spite of pandemic, because there may be ways that we can really improve things, and that's what we should do. So in fact, the immediacy that council was trying to work on in September, October, and November has actually subsided. So I don't want to kind of go down a rat hole there, but the urgency in November is not the urgency in May and beyond. Just today, the Wall Street Journal had a front page. I can't see myself, but I think this is on screen. Had a front page article on the second section that foot traffic is up 86% in 52 malls by analytics outfit called Placer AI. Shoppers are eager to get out again. They're returning home with bags full of purchases. I can't read my own writing. And Taubman said that their estimates are way better than they even thought were going to happen 4 months ago. And another outfit called Time Equities, which owns dozens of malls, said that their rent collections have improved and they're greater than 90%. So I don't think we have to get bogged down in that, except to say that we're coming out of it. And I do think people don't want to stay home. They want to get out and do some things. So even one of the staff data items was quoting from data that was 7 months ago in a 13-month pandemic. So I think we're making great progress. But my first point is more to the point, which is I think that we're going to be very productive on this, even if we didn't have to recover from that. What comes into question here is the timeline for each of these, the priority for each of these, and the urgency for these. So I think we have to make good judgments about that. And you correctly, staff, have warned us about the resources needed and the scope of work and the expertise around those resources and the money that you might need for consultants and whether or not it's available. So at some point soon, I do think, as I think Commissioner Chang said, it'd be great if you could tell us, we can only get 2 of the 4 of these done, which would eventually help us prioritize. So I think that we can make great progress on all these, but we have to decide what the timeline is, what the priority is, and then work it. In terms of the structure of doing that, I'm glad, Ms. Tanner, that you mentioned that 3 meetings might not be the way. We just got to figure out what fits. I think we should look at unbundling the 4 of these. If we decide to do 4, which maybe we can get to later in the meeting, it doesn't all have to be jammed in, or it could be, but it doesn't have to be all jammed into a meeting if we want to do more of the urgent things first. Or at some point, you might decide between the chair and staff that some subset of commissioners could work with staff on a subset to accelerate this before it comes to council. To PTC. So I'll hold there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. This is such an interesting opportunity to kind of share a vision for what retail can be like in a post-pandemic or towards the end of the pandemic, if we act quickly enough here in Palo Alto. So it's really exciting, and I'm so glad we're having this conversation. Just to share a little bit about answering your questions that are posed here on the screen. One thing I've really enjoyed and appreciated about the creative solutions that we and other cities have brought forward during the pandemic is the Euro-inspired but California-style outdoor experiences. And some of it is retail, some of it is coffee shops, and some of it is restaurants. But it's interesting to see the different use of the space that was dedicated, primarily to cars, and seeing people in it and enjoying themselves. And it's going to be hard for us to go back to doing so much inside. So I do like the idea, and I'm appreciative that we're going to extend this through the rest of the year in many cases. But it's something we should think about, what parts of that can we retain? And maybe it's not the extent of that dedicated car-free zone, but where would it be appropriate? And so I think about several other commissioners have mentioned variations of this, but I like to think of places that are destinations, someplace you want to be, even if you don't have something to quote unquote do there. So for example, you can imagine when school was fully in session at Pali, students would go over to Town and Country just to hang out, right? There are places we go and hang out. Other good examples of that in our city are at the Mitchell Park Library, where we have a teen center, we have a coffee shop and cafe, and we have the library, and we have the park. And so those are places that you just go. We only have one small retail space there right now, but as understanding why that is such a desirable place to be is because it's a destination. And you asked what are the districts that we think are successful right now. And we've mentioned University Avenue and California Avenue, Town and Country, but also I think there's a lot to say about the Midtown Shopping Center, which is very walkable. It's in the neighborhood, has a lot of cafes and after school activities and things like that. And so it's a place that you can get to by foot or by bike very easily. And then there's also the Charleston Plaza and Cubberley, which are adjacent to each other off of Middlefield Road in Charleston. When my children were younger, we had a lot of activities at Cubberley, and we would be able to, while we waited for those activities to happen, we would go shopping over at Charleston Plaza. And so that was a interesting connection as well. So understanding the kids' activities or other maybe senior activities in conjunction with the retail spaces is something to think about. What else? Walkability, bike parking, how do we fit in our shuttle program if it returns, especially for linear retail spaces like University Avenue. If you end up walking, 3/4 of a mile or a mile down the street, are you planning to walk that back, or are you going to try some other way, like a scooter, to get back to your vehicle? So understanding how the transit options play into those retail spaces, something I'd like to think about. As far as the data, I really appreciated the trend data that you included. Even though it was national, it was really helpful to see. And having the metro area breakouts was cool too. But like the others, it would be great to see if we could do something a little bit more hyper local, if that's available. And the only other thing to think about, I think Commissioner Alchek mentioned having spaces inside to hang out. I want to make sure that, we also think, is that possible outside? If we do that outside, does that mean we have to change the nature of our sidewalk in certain of these retail areas? So, making it broader so that people still are able to have the accessibility use of the sidewalks with strollers, wheelchairs, etc. So those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
Great. Okay, first point, I agree. Like, we need on the need to have, I think we need, if possible, a bit more granular data on Palo Alto, and specifically vacancies, and what type of retail are we losing. And I'm not sure where you can get that from or how you can, but to the extent, one idea would be, if I don't know who the landlords are in Palo Alto, but if there are certain larger landlords that own all of Town and Country or portions of it, speaking to them, because for sure they are tracking their own vacancy rates, and they might be willing to share that data. The second point I wanted to raise goes back to, I'd like to be able to better understand the policy ramifications, or how it plays out where you change an ordinance to concentrate retail in one place, versus having it, preservation ordinance apply everywhere. And then kind of goes back to, I was a bit confused, Commissioner Alchek, by your comment about the 15-minute cities, because I agree, you want to be able to, for example, like, I don't live by University or Town and Country or whatever, but within 15 minutes I can get to Midtown. I would hate to see, the retail that's walkable to me, us losing those over time. So I want to kind of understand whether we look at how other cities have done it, or however staff wants to look at it from a policy perspective. I want to be able to understand, how that actually plays out before we make some sort of decision that we can't then unwind, because that's not the outcome we wanted. The third thing I wanted to flag is, and I heard a number of commissioners raise this, is the timeframe and the urgency issue. What do we need to immediately do? And then what is more long-term or backburnered? I will say, like, I am a big fan of the street closures. I do think we should continue them. I heard that one public commenter mentioned, pushing medical to the second floor and not the first. That makes sense to me. And with pause, I'm going to come back to this point. And then in terms of long-term, I do think we should consider creating new retail areas, Midtown, San Antonio, all the different options people have flagged. I think, for long-term, we should consider it. And the fourth thing I wanted to raise is we need to get more granular as to what retail mixes work. Like, I feel like we are kind of in a vacuum right now saying what I just said, like, no, I don't think medical, works on the first floor. I think that we should have more of this type of mix. There's actually you can go to different cities, right? And they can have a retail mix, but it just isn't working, right? And in the landlord tenant space where I've been, landlords typically have an anchor tenant and they have a specific mix of retail that they put in place that works. So we should better understand the thought process that goes into how you create the proper retail mix, not just say, okay, I want retail here, whatever it is. Is it 60%, restaurants, 30%, I don't know, shopping, clothing stores, whatever it is. I would like to get more data on what has worked, whether you need to speak to, large scale landlords who I know do this and track it and have metrics and think about this, or whether you even look at other cities, like, for example, Redwood City. Like, Redwood City was not vibrant. They've been able to change their downtown, or look at San Carlos or Mountain View or Campbell. What have they done and what mixes have worked and not worked before? I would like to make, see more granular data in order to make a more informed decision, specifically what should and should not be, what we want to encourage and not. One more thing I did want to say, I do think we should think more about kind of the future of retail. And you did flag that in your staff report. I do think that we're going to be moving towards more experience centers where people, I think there's a store beta that we have where people come in and look and experience different products, but then go back home online and actually purchase it. Or not co-working or type of spaces, but more of ghost kitchens. Like, that's really, really hot right now. And I know we're doing it, another variation of that off the University Avenue, where we have Tono Coffee and Feast and Floral and Salvaje wines that have come in, and they're kind of pop-ups. It creates like a very kind of cool, hip, forward-thinking vibe. So we should really think about where retail is headed in the future and try to kind of plan for that too. And maybe that's more of a long-term thing. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I don't know if you want to add comments, but after you do, I might want to respond to just a couple comments that commissioners have made when it's appropriate.
I do have a few things to say, but would your responses be more fresh now than after that? Okay, all right, then I do just have a few points to make. First, I think Commissioner Chang led off with exactly the right first issue, and that is timing. To me, when I look at this discussion tonight on scope of work, and we're going to have 2 or 3 more meetings about it, and then it's going to at some point go to council, and maybe it comes back, and this is not a short process. And so I think we have to recognize that and let that in. First of all, we should have a better understanding of the timing, but if, as I suspect, it's not a short process, we should have that inform what the focus is in the scope of inquiry and the scope of work. And I guess what I'm thinking is it's the end of April. I don't see this coming to fruition until maybe, I don't know, maybe the end of the year. I'm interested to hear what staff says, but it may be early next year before we actually start to pin these things down. And so to the extent that some of the possible things we might have staff look at are related to how to save businesses suffering in the pandemic, I think it's going to be too late for that. And so that means to me two things. One, we shouldn't put that in our bucket to study. And two, those kinds of issues, I think we need a more nimble approach, which I think the city council has shown through the pandemic in, for example, allowing the streets to be used for restaurants and now extending that. So I think for the more urgent needs, we have to retain that more simplified approach to solving problems as they arise, and that the focus of this work that we're talking about needs to be more of the long-term strategy to rebuild our retail infrastructure to the extent it has been torn down by the pandemic. And so this really, I think, needs to take more of the longer view, which is not to say that it should take a longer time. So that's the first point I wanted to make. And I think the other comments I have really are related to that kind of longer process. I think that in terms of the tangible changes and experiences we want to see in Palo Alto, I mean, I think we'd all agree that what we want to see is vibrant retail forever. Really, right? No vacancies, everything you need close by. But I think the realities of the marketplace are that landlords need some flexibility to shuffle and reshuffle their tenant mix, and also just to fill a space when one becomes available. I am interested in Vice Chair Rupervar's thoughts about the proper tenant mix, and to the extent I'm familiar with that, where I more often see it is where you have an owner of a shopping center, for example, whether it's Stanford Shopping Center or Town and Country, and they can control that mix. And even in that scenario, they know it's going to work best, and they may get approached by somebody who's willing to pay the rent, but it's not a great fit in the niche they need, so they say no. I think that's much more difficult on University Avenue or California Avenue, where you have buildings owned by a variety of owners, and I don't know how through regulation you limit, you create a mix that they all have to follow unless they all buy in. But I do think that we need to, in this process, we need to look at our regulations to make sure that they are not an impediment to the very thing that we're trying to serve. And let me just give you an example. I work with a winery in a different jurisdiction, and they had a situation where they were going to have to pause their on-sale, their on-site wine tasting, which was a big problem for them because it's a substantial source of revenue. So we went to the city to find out, well, what's involved in relocating downtown on an interim basis, and I was really pleased to find that the way that city had structured its zoning, all you needed was a business license and of course your ABC license. There was no city impediment. And this is something I think we have to focus on in the long run in Palo Alto is our process amenable to quickly re-tenanting empty spaces. On the, I think our and a number of commissioners have said this in one way or another, we have a number of retail districts, and I think that they raise different issues. Our three primary retail areas are, that I think of are all fed by El Camino. at least in one direction, and that's Stanford, Town and Country, University, California. They're all along that spine. We have different areas, and I've seen a fair amount of vacancy in those places. We have these other, call it more neighborhood places, Midtown, Edgewood Plaza, and I'm curious to see if we've had less vacancy there, because those are local serving. They are foot traffic generated. And for example, Midtown, where I do most of a lot of my shopping, if there are vacancies, I actually haven't noticed them. There may be some, but I think that's interesting, that if it's true that places like Midtown are suffering through fewer vacancies through the pandemic than a place like Town and Country, which came to us because they were having so many vacancies. What is that telling us about sustainable retail? And that really brings me to this data idea that a number of people have mentioned. And on that, I do think that we really need to understand the vacancy rates in Palo Alto, historically and recently pandemic driven. One of the commissioners had mentioned, we'd like to know why. I think that's interesting information. My question on that is, with a limited budget, can we do that in a cost efficient way and find out why? I think that would be useful information, but depending on the price, it may not be worth the price. So those are my initial thoughts on this first round. And now, Ms. Tanner, you wanted to respond to a few things, and then we'll see if other commissioners want a second comment.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments. First, thank you all for your great comments. I've been jotting them down on my old-fashioned notebook. And to go back to some of Commissioner Chang's questions that some of you all have also picked up on, timing is certainly critical. One of, I think, the most precious resource that we all have is our time and how we use it. And so what I hear is both kind of a desire to look long-term, because I think, as the chair noted, some of the more immediate, like rescue a business that exists now activities, there's grants program, there's the street program. I think that's not really what we've been asked to look at, but is kind of, okay, what's next? How do we recover and rebuild and re-tenant empty spaces? That could be a most basic way to look at it, or in more aspirational, how do we achieve the Palo Alto kind of retail and ground floor that we desire in our dreams? A way that we could do it to perhaps break this project down even further to move more quickly might be to look at the different types of retail, like take our retail areas and kind of categorize them. I think I've heard some of that from the commissioners. So for example, you might say you could do what Commissioner Heckman just mentioned, kind of here are some kind of maybe regional areas, downtown, Cal Ave, that are on this regional corridor, which is El Camino. And they have different characteristics. And then maybe you have neighborhood shopping centers. Maybe we could break down the categories and kind of take a look at, when we look at our neighborhood shopping centers, do we see similar uses allowed, and are those working? When we're looking at our regional areas, what's allowed, is it working? And a potential, I don't want to say quick, I know we're supposed to say quick, but a quicker way could be to say, well, what do we want to add? Like if a goal is flexibility to allow more things, then when we look at what we allow today, what might we add that other cities have added that has been successful? And some of the things may be added in a neighborhood that aren't added regionally, or vice versa. The kind of regional, more kind of larger draws, maybe those have a different mix than the neighborhood areas. So that might be a way to kind of bite this down a little bit further. And then some of the other items, if we are able to take that to council, get buy-in, we're opening, and then we can do more refinements as we're able to have more resources. In terms of timing, I would love to be able to bring something to council by like the late fall would be awesome. If we could even have our ideas enough together to get buy-in from council, hey, this is the direction we're headed. Are we on the right, like, are you gonna approve this if we make this into an ordinance kind of thing? Would be great. Certainly by the end of the year would be awesome. As far as resources, we have a little bit of budget to do some consultant help. I've been talking with some of our folks, and I think some of the data we may be able to get in terms of like at least a point in time of our vacancies. If we do try to do a lot of data, it will eat up a bit of our budget. And I'd like to have some of the consultants focused on both. We have some consultants who have retail expertise, and so some of it they can bring to us. And then also to focus on kind of what are the best practices and how does our code compare with those best practices. So that's just some ideas. I know I maybe haven't responded to every commissioner's comments, but if you have something you wanted me to respond to, please do let me know in your next round.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. So we'll go now through the commissioners again. Any of you that have more to add, I'm not insisting that you have more to add. We had this agenda item pegged to conclude at 7:45. We don't have to do that, but I would like everybody to be mindful of the time as you go through a second round of comments. So we're allowing and then go to Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. First, I'd just like to comment just specifically anecdotally on getting data from retailers on and/or developers on why they left. They don't always fill out a questionnaire when they leave. And often there's a knee-jerk reaction in our town that, well, they couldn't afford the rent. So University Art moved to Redwood City and the party store moved to Mountain View. Well, if you go into those stores, you see that they have like triple the space. That was really more the driver. So I'm not sure all that work is going to get, super valid data in all cases, just kind of a warning sign before we kind of run down that path. I think Chair Heckman articulated the problems extremely well, as did Commissioner Chang to begin with. And it's part of what I was trying to say is, we need to have a timeline and priorities on this. To my mind, to try to get a little bit constructive on where we go, I would suggest that there are two things that we can take some immediate action on, albeit that by what plays out is not going to be immediate for an existing retailer. I do think that we're trying to be planning this to replace empty storefronts is the kind of focus if it's pandemic oriented. But as I said before, I don't think it should be specifically that. So when we're asked to define, potentially consider the expansion of the definition of retail like, I think a benefit there is it would give landlords more tenant options and residents potentially, more fun buying experiences. I would articulate that as the benefit. I think that one we can work on pretty quickly. Commissioner Alchek, Suma, and I in 17 worked on it one night in the urgency of a retail protection ordinance that was going to evaporate the next day. So it's not ideal, but I think we can move on that one pretty quickly. Staff can come back with here's 12 more suggestions of what we can include, and we could maybe do that in one meeting. In the second case, I think that we should consider reduction of issues with cups or other restrictions, which will encourage developers and tenants to take on the application process. I think at the November meeting, Mayor Fine said something about one store was hung up because of the grease trap. And that's the kind of stuff that we want to get out from under. We don't want that to be interfering with a whole new retail store going in. So I think we could move on that one pretty quickly too. If staff comes back and says, here's the situation now, here's a couple of suggestions of how we could get that less onerous, I think we can move on that. So there's two of the four that we could then say, let's say we did that over the next month and it went to council, it's approved, then is when the retailers have to go out and find the new tenants to do that. So that will play out. And I think that we're getting a good understanding that that's the nature of what we're dealing with here, a bit of a midterm to longer term play. The retail protection ordinance, I think that's a long-term play. I think that needs some real work because there's a lot of geographies and we have to hear from the public on that. And we have to hear from who's benefiting or not benefiting. So I don't see that one as immediate, nor do I think that it's an emergency that we have to move on that. And the fourth one, I appreciate my colleagues' courage in trying to curate retail. But I really think that, as Commissioner Suma said, that's outside expertise that's needed. That's the retail czar that's been talked about for years and years. At one point, I'm not putting anybody on the spot here, but at one point I heard City Manager Shikata say that we could plug that not with a person, but with a consultant. Now, Again, I'll underscore, he didn't say there was a budget there, but we are coming up on a budget season. So if that's deemed to be extraordinarily important to get retail back on its feet, maybe that needs to be in there. I don't think we should be sitting on the dais any more than I think the council should and speculating what the retail mix should be. I think that's well beyond our expertise, particularly because we want something that's exciting and new and so on. So we're looking for somebody to drive internal people, maybe including us, external people, including retailers and excuse me, on the public. I think it could be really important, but I don't think we should actually move on that one at all. I think we should focus on that part of the direction from PTC, from council to PTC, on broadening the retail like rather than curating by coming up with some grand new ideas. I mean, Los Altos is just opening what they call a food court to draw in a lot more people. Probably a great idea. I'm not sure PTC should sit around and figure out what are the next best is for our town. So I think we can get specific on those 4 and make progress on 2 of them, make longer term progress on the 3rd, and say the 4th one needs to go to a retail consultant or person. That's how I would see making progress on some of these. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Chang.
I could not agree more with what Commissioner Lowing just said and what Commissioner Heckman said before her. And in particular, though, I wanted to respond to one point that Commissioner Heckman made about maybe not focusing too much on the short term, because the train will have already left the station. By the time some of these changes take place, we'll be well into retail recovery from the pandemic, that is. The longer term issues will still be there. That said, I think this is an opportunity, because there are so many vacancies, at least according to what we heard from Town and Country and what we're seeing with our own eyes. It's really not easy for a new retailer to come in. There's build out, there's time that takes place. And I wanted to add to the kind of short term what I think we can impact quickly to-do list. In addition to things like the conditional use permit process, I do think a look at some of the code changes that we could do. Like, so if we're going to spend some consultant time on this, you know, having a consultant take a look at the code, I'm sure they would be able to pick up on, gee, Palo Alto requires this of a yogurt shop because of our parking, but we could change that tomorrow and make that so much easier to fill a number of spaces by changing a few code requirements. And I think that we should do that. I think that that should be also on the short-term list. But I also completely agree with what Commissioner Lowing said, that, you know, certain of these are longer term and they're not necessarily urgent and won't necessarily have any immediate bearing on filling these vacancies and recovering. That's it.
Thank you. Other commissioners, Commissioner Alchek, I know I did cut you off a bit in round 1. And so your hand is up.
I can jump in, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think it sounds like all of us touched upon this. There's these immediate term goals and long-term goals. And I think that if we're trying to be specific in our direction, I think there should be if the goal is to go back to council quickly, I think there should be a report that staff puts together, which describes all of the things we've done so far. You know, the application process for putting your, you know, tables on the street, the curbside pickup designation, closing the street, all of those, we should just have those all enumerated in a staff report. And then I think if we wanted to, you know, be, you know, extra, if we want to do extra work, we could just, you know, staff member could try to evaluate whether there, you know, other cities in the state, you know, or nation have done anything else that's particularly intriguing. And we should review those and make a recommendation to extend those if there's a deadline approaching, or just how to potentially pursue more of those options. I share the view that we should act quickly to address, you know, the retail situation. I also think that the writing's on the wall about expanding the definition of retail. I just think we don't need to spend a lot of time. Let me put it this way. I think operating conservatively is actually more dangerous, right? So but when we reviewed the town and country request, I struggled with it because I didn't like the idea that the flexibility was being considered for just one retail site as opposed to citywide. It wasn't crystal clear to me that the medical office was appropriate for town and country, but that didn't stop me. Certainly allowing that specific site alone to accommodate medical use seemed like poor land use planning. So that said, in the conversation of reimagining retail space, and in different degrees, I think the trends are clear. We need to widen the definitions currently in use, and we have to appreciate that acting conservatively is like playing with fire, in my opinion. It's if we burn our retail, it could take a long time to come back. And so I think we have to, people have spoke to this topic already at some of our meetings, specifically the town and country one. You can look through the minutes of the city hall meeting, the city council meeting on the town and country thing. There is a broader acceptance right now for expanding that definition, and that we have to expand that definition. And I just think let staff come to us with a proposal to do so. And I don't think we should particularly be afraid of doing it piecemeal. Like if there are 5 or 6 expansions that you think are low hanging fruit, let's do that. Pass that up. If you need more time and more if the city manager and his development team think they need more time to get the city council on board, then, look, our framework is not that we 7 have to come up with every solution. This is a city manager run city. And I imagine the city manager has his own vision for how, he wants to help this city succeed. It's on his legacy. And so I would be in favor of the city essentially coming to us with what they think are, immediately acceptable suggestions for expansion of the definition. Now, let me just quickly sort of respond to something, Commissioner Rupavar asked, which was, look, I'm not suggesting that the Midtown retail is not, worth preserving. That is. I think the model for the preservation ordinance should be contiguous, walkable retail. When I say walkable, I mean when you can walk from one shop to the other. When you can't walk from one shop to the other, then why are we requiring preservation there in and of itself? And so we need to start with the map and go, boom, retail, retail, retail. Look, this cluster. Let's make sure that we don't lose any of that. All right, these other areas, not so much. But again, expanding the definition of retail does somewhat the same thing. It allows for a lot more flexibility in those areas that aren't really good retail spaces, but it doesn't serve the broader purpose, this long-term effort of how do we make retail work in the future? Not the status quo that we had in 2018, which was already behind the curve, but what does retail look in 2030? I think Commissioner Templeton hit on it a little bit, this idea of shared space. Commissioner Heckman asked this question, in the context of, or made this point in the context of Stanford Mall. You've got one person who's curating and deciding how he wants to set it up, or she wants to set it up, or how they want to set it up. And in that regard, it's much more feasible. There are models. I'll give you an example. Spur, SPUR, they've done studies on this. They cite that developers don't always expect a financial return from ground floor space in new developments. And in many locations, we could have a code that, encourage them in lieu of something to contribute that space to a nonprofit or quasi-public agency that was set up to own, curate, and manage ground floor retail in neighborhoods, right? So there is a model that exists out there where agency, something could be created that could act as that coordinator of space. This is long-term stuff. This is what I want to say is that I love that the staff focused on, this is my favorite sentence, okay? As a result of this project, and assuming it succeeds, what tangible changes would we see and experience in Palo Alto? And this idea of reflection and desired outcomes. I think if you ask the 60,000 residents in Palo Alto, what are the desired outcomes for your community? They'll be like, oh, I would love to have, some of them will say, I don't want parking on my street. But a lot of them will say they would love it if local sites allowed for other uses. We really grappled in First Baptist with the notion that a music teaching company could exist. It was a for-profit, music lesson. And it was like blowing our mind that the church could have that sort of use. And I think that, like, look, when residential streets get crowded in Palo Alto, I understand that makes people uncomfortable. It creates lots of stress. I'm not suggesting that we would loosen our parking requirements because it doesn't faze me. I'm suggesting we loosen our parking requirements because it beats the alternative. I'd rather have lots of cars parked in a neighborhood a couple nights a week if it means our children can participate in a meaningful extracurricular activity very, very locally. It's a compromise. It's like, I love beef, but I'm rarely eating it because I know doing so contributes to climate change. We're making sacrifices all the time, which is why I love the premise of this report. Focusing on the desired outcomes is the key. And then once we identify, this is long-term, once we identify the desired outcomes, we need to empower our leaders to fight for them and protect them. So when you go through this process, and I'm not a huge fan of setting up 22-person committees to come up with these ideas, but when we go through this process and we say, okay, what are our end goals? If this 15-minute city, which means there's a Corrado studio somewhere local, and I think what Commissioner Heckman said about the Midtown retail was interesting. I mean, it's interesting your question about vacancy. I know a dance studio that left that place. I don't know how the music, rock music place did, particularly because of the COVID restrictions. I know there's a hair salon in there that probably struggled. I'm guessing the cleaners didn't have a lot of business, but you know, for the most part, it does seem very parked. I don't know if that's, you know, because of Walgreens, but and some of the, I don't know, the burrito place, for whatever reason, and the UPS store, who knows? But I think what I'm suggesting is, if you ask people what do they want in this community, at some point on that list will be, I want, you know, I don't want somebody parking in front of my house. But also people will say, I don't want to have to drive to Belmont for my kid to do fencing. That's a niche. But like, you know, I want to drive to Cubberley. Okay, well, maybe we should consider allowing pop-ups to operate in Cubberley, see if they can create demand at very low cost, see if they can create demand for their business model, and then from that position, find a space in downtown once they have an established clientele. I mean, this sort of flexibility where we decide as a city, this is the beauty of our community. We get to say, do we want to partner with people to bring these amenities and services, or do we want to just the ruthless marketplace of New York City, let's see what they can do, you know? And I think in this particular moment, we have to say, well, you know, we don't have the luxury of sort of just watching. We need to get involved. We got to get our hands dirty. And you know, to the extent that we can partner with, here's a good example. You have a developer who wants to build a building on San Antonio. San Antonio is not contiguous retail. If you've got a retail preservation ordinance that's very, very strict in San Antonio, that's probably not a great use for it. But if you can create a scenario where that developer will somehow partner with the city to make that space available so that the city can create an agency that oversees its leasing at very low cost so people can try things out and see what works and then expand to other parts of Palo Alto. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think this, I like the idea of, you know, bifurcating this, bring the easy hanging fruit that addresses, you know, COVID pandemic stuff, but also let's begin this process, this larger conversation and incorporate into all of our conversations. It's not, when we talk about a project in 3 months' time, let's not forget this concept of, wait, how are our parking requirements making it harder for this to succeed and for the businesses that are trying to move in quickly succeed? Does our restaurant have a different parking requirement than our cafe? Does our cafe have a different parking requirement than a candle store? And do we want, you know, do we want them to compete equally and succeed, you know, on a same playing field, or do we want to create a disparity? Anyways, I'm going to stop. I talked too much, but I loved that idea of desired outcomes, because when you pit a local provider of a service, you know, and their impacts against the community, it's very easy to be like, no. We don't like this parking traffic on Thursday nights. It's got to go. But if you say, well, what do you want in your community? And what are you willing to suffer for that? I'm willing to suffer a lot for things, for, you know, for good amenities. And so, you know, anyways, I'll sit in the back row of a good concert. And I think we have to start appreciating that, because I am not as optimistic as some of you have sound tonight. I don't believe we walk out of this in 2023 and it looks like it did in 2018. I think Stanford will continue to succeed. the shopping center, but I think our downtown space is going to really struggle. And I'm worried. I think the restaurants might be okay, but I don't think you'll see a lot of retail from like a traditional standpoint there. And so I just want to get ahead of it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners for round two, any others? I'm not seeing any hands, so let me ask Ms. Tanner if you got what you came for on this item.
This was extremely helpful. So I just want to thank you all for your really insightful comments. And, you know, I tend to be overly ambitious sometimes. So I think what you all have helped me do is to kind of focus on what are the immediate things that we can work on, and just to say there's a couple of referrals and we can't actually tackle them all at once. And I think that's okay. That we can kind of focus where we have some energy and some kind of more quick things. And then the next piece, we'll take that when we, you know, finish the first one. So that's been very, very helpful.
All right, then we will conclude agenda item number 2, and we're going to take a break before we go to agenda item number 3. But before we take that break, I do want to tee up that agenda item for you commissioners so you can be thinking about it while you take your break. So what we're going to do is I think we will, we've already had the staff report, but I think we'll get from staff a brief recap of the 3 items that we decided, we made recommendations on at our last meeting. And then we have 6 additional items to cover tonight, which we will do serially. And for each of those 6 items, I want to start with a lightning round, which was Commissioner Templeton's idea last time, which I thought worked exceptionally well, to get a lay of the land before any council member maybe wants to hazard a motion. And then after the lightning round, we'll have discussion, come to a recommendation, and move to the next item. So that's the strategy. I have 7:53, and so we will break until 8 o'clock. See you back shortly. All right, let's move forward with our next agenda item. All right. Let's see, our next agenda item is agenda item 3. It's an action item, renter protection policy recommendations. So this is a continuation of this action item from our April 14th meeting. There is no additional information coming from staff. So we had a public comment on April 14th, and we won't be reopening that as we move forward. So Ms. Bigelow, do you have a recap for us of the items that we made recommendations on at our last meeting?
Absolutely. It would be my pleasure. Again, thank you for having me. It was an incredibly rich discussion, and I'm delighted to be back here again with you. So let me just share my screen. Okay, so I'm just going to toggle over to our main list of the 9 policies just to kind of ground us in where we went from top level. And so you don't need to see all these, but you want to see those. Okay. So we previously discussed the rental survey program, expanding the tenant relocation assistance, and the eviction reduction program. when we talked about that, with the rental survey, the motion that you decided on was recommending that the survey program should be the top priority in all of the policies, and potentially breaking it off from the other items to move it forward. Also, covering the cost from the city's perspective is something that we should think about. And also, the commission wanted to make sure that staff worked in development with the PTC to make sure that the rental survey incorporates PTC and community input prior to the execution of it. So that was the first motion of the evening. And then we also talked tenant relocation assistance, in which you said that you recommended that the council consider expanding relocation assistance based on a metric that serves cost burden households, and should consider taking other measures as well to prevent displacement. And then we stopped on the eviction reduction program, which was really a patch for 1482, and to make sure that the rental protections that were at the state level also covered as many tenants as possible here in Palo Alto. And the motion that passed was that the PTC recommended expanding state fair eviction legislation to include protections for rental units in properties built within the last 15 years, and rental units occupied by renters that moved in less than a year ago. And that vote was 4-3. And the previous two motions passed unanimously. So that is where we have been with these discussion points, and where we have to go. We still have to tackle the rent stabilization discussion, which again is just talking about a patch to make sure that the rent cap in 1482 covers folks who are not covered in that gap that was mentioned in the previous slide, and security deposit limits. Also about limiting the amount that landlords can charge because of the high cost of rent in Palo Alto, to enable people to live in Palo Alto. Fair chance ordinance is about making sure that we are not discriminatory in our practices of renting out to people, and making sure that the discrimination goes towards folks who have been released from incarceration. And right to counsel, we wanted to talk about mainly as a great idea that was costly, and we didn't really recommend that the city pursue it because of that cost. But there are ways that we could be involved with making sure that tenants had some legal assistance when they went to talk to landlords in court, because the majority of them do not have that protection or security at this point. And having that, even the offer of the backing, is something that seems to really help them stay in their homes. Okay, and then TOPA and Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act and proactive code enforcement were two policies that we explored because other jurisdictions were exploring them in the Bay Area, and we thought it was interesting, but we did not recommend them. So with that summary, I am happy to turn over the conversation to you to tackle rent stabilization.
Right. So thank you, Ms. Bigelow. I would like you to pull up your slides for rent stabilization to guide our discussion. And before we have our lightning round, I did neglect to mention, once we complete the 9th item, I think it may have been Commissioner Chang at the last meeting who suggested that we take a stab at seeing if there's consensus on prioritizing these items. And we already, with our survey, the first item, recommended that as the highest priority. So I think when we're done with item 9, we will have a discussion about items 2 through 9 to see if there's some agreement on a logical prioritization for those. So with that, let's go to our renter protection policies. And Ms. Bigelow, if you'll briefly hit the high points of this to remind us of what the issue is, and as you said before, what's the whole staff is suggesting we patch.
Absolutely. So the rent stabilization policy that is in AB 1482 is that 5% rent cap plus local rate of inflation, which gives you 5% to 10% on rent increases. But currently there are some households, some units that are not covered by that. So we think that it impacts everybody and that it is a fairly low lift to adopt a patch to 1482. And I think that is all that I will say on that.
All right, thank you.
If I can add, commissioners, the portion of the patch is similar to the households for the last item, which are those who have not been tenanted for a year or less, single family homes, new buildings built in the last 15 years. And I always forget the last thing if there's a number of things. There's one more group. Duplexes that are occupied by where one unit is occupied by the owner. So those are the 4 categories that are not covered by the cap and increases. And so the commission may, if they want to extend the protection, could do to all or some, or of course, none of those households.
Thank you for that clarification. Lightning round, Commissioner Alchek will lead off.
Okay. So first thing, I think that the statewide policy for rent control is relatively new. I mean, it's like 2018. And it brought rent control to every community in California with these sort of exceptions. And I think acting to expand it would be a mistake. It's premature. The pandemic has had a huge impact on rents across the Bay Area. And I think it would be prudent to see how those things develop as the market recovers. And those lower rents particularly have, and the moratorium on evictions have created so much turmoil that I think inserting this right now would just be a total mistake. I also think, to be perfectly, respectful, I kind of feel like staff is sort of approaching this not as even-handed as I would. I went back to try to figure out why did I have such a hard time with this A and B rent, particularly B rental units occupied by renters that moved in less than a year ago. When you look at the literature about what the state of California intended to sort of avoid with that, it was Airbnb. They were avoiding short-term rentals. The fact that we spent so much time on this last time, we have a requirement of 1-year leases in Palo Alto. We don't even allow Airbnbs. So it's like, who cares? You can't even get a rental for less than a year in Palo Alto. So why are we focusing so much time on reducing eviction if there's no such thing? Same goes here. We don't allow units to have short-term rentals. So we don't need to create some additional policy for protecting, for preserving lower rents for those units. So really, we're only talking about single-family homes that are not owned by a corporation, rental units built in the last 15 years. And I'll just focus on that one for a second. The development industry is high risk. The state of California, there's a lot of study about, Costa-Hawkins first did it in 1995. And what they found was, we needed to preserve the profitability of a development for a certain number of years. And this rolling 15 years is a really good compromise compared to what it used to be in some communities that had rent control. And so You know, I want to go in more depth if only if we need to on that item, particularly the concept of preserving the profitability or the ability for a project to become profitable earlier in its life cycle if it comes online during a downturn. But I won't do that for now. I just want to add that I think that the carve out on the state, you know, the way the state describes it is it's like, oh, we don't apply to small threeplex, quadplex. We don't apply to units that can't be sold apart from the single family home, like an ADU. I think that it was such a dramatic change statewide that we should allow it to run its course, see how it works, and not consider expanding it at this time, because particularly it's very strong, 5% max with inflation, which has historically for, let's say, 2 decades been meaningless. So that's where I'm standing on that.
Thank you. Other commissioners for the lightning round. I'm not seeing any hands, so I will give my lightning comment is that I think on this issue that the state law is well reasoned, and the lines that they drew, I think, are appropriate, and that we should not expand those lines. But if we do expand those lines, then I would not support expanding them along the lines that staff has recommended, but rather I'd want to go back to this concept of who is cost burdened, because the staff expansion would provide, you know, renter protections to that apartment that on the top floor where the rent is $10,000 a month, and I don't think that's appropriate. If there were to be some aspect of this adopted, I would be, and I don't think it should be, but if it was, I think it needs to be focused on our housing cost burdened population only. Other commissioners for the lightning round. Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. You're muted.
Sorry, I thought I pressed it. Thank you. I'm just thinking about the last comment. I guess my concern, if we restricted it to certain types of renters, that we might be harming those types of renters' ability to secure a lease to begin with. So, you know, if it might, for example, make that specific demographic less appealing to lease to. So that's my concern there. Yeah, I think it's interesting having rents raised very suddenly has been a problem in our community, but I don't think I've seen as much of that problem since the state law went into effect. So yeah, I'm interested to hear more discussion on this, but that's my initial thoughts. Thanks.
Commissioner Suma, you're the next for the lightning round.
Thank you. I guess I associate this with the prior item, and that staff is recommending kind of filling in the gap of coverage, and I could support, like the previous item, I could support it for A and B, with the understanding that people can't all get 1-year leases in this town, and to a certain extent that may have been somewhat alleviated. And there's an Airbnb 2 doors down from me, and it's used like a hotel. And my concern with that is it's taking away a housing unit from somebody who needs to live here or works here. So I would support it in that regard.
Commissioner Alchek, I see your hand, but I want to get us through this first lightning round, and then I'll come back to you. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Heckman and Alchek's reasoning in that rent control is pretty new. If I were to support anything, it would be B, I worry that for B, the rental units occupied by renters that moved in less than a year ago, but I'd want to hear more about how AB 1482 is supposed to interact with our own local ordinance about year-long leases. To Commissioner Alczak's point, I do not support it for A because I worry about unintended consequences where we won't have new housing built, and also don't support it for C and D because those were carve-outs in the state law for what I think were pretty good reasons. That's it.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
So I agree with what seems to be the common sentiment here in terms of, I'd like to see what happens with state law. I think, comments have been said. Let's see kind of how this plays out. And then I just had two kind of thoughts, not questions, but I don't know if Ms. Bigelow has the answer to these. But how rent stabilization ordinances impact or incentivize or disincentivize development and improvements to existing property and basically the quality and quantity of housing stock. I'm just curious about that. And then the second thing is I was also curious about how rent stabilization interplays with other housing in the area, like market rate housing. Because if you have a certain kind of number of supply, and we already know that we're not creating enough supply generally across the state to meet demand. If you have a certain supply and you cap, a percentage of those at a rate, isn't that going to, or would it, does it impact, kick up the market rate housing? Because now there's greater demand for that, more limited stock of housing. What is the interplay there? And those are just questions I was curious about. But in terms of this specific kind of issue, yeah, I agree with what other commissioners have said. I don't know if you wanted to answer that, Ms. Bigelow, or address that later. Chair Heckman, however you think it's appropriate, or not answer if you don't have answers to it.
Did you want us to do that now, Chair?
Well, I don't see any, well, actually, I see Commissioner Lowing's hand went up and down. It's up again. So let's finish the lightning round and then we can answer the questions. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, just briefly, items C and D are a definite no for me. I'm very concerned, as Commissioner Chang said, about the unintended consequences and the signal that could send. On the other hand, I'm aware that that's a big chunk of folks. So if there was some way to get creative on that, I would listen. But generally, I'd be happy to, wait a couple of years and see if it's a problem. Given that, as you said, Commissioner Heckman and Commissioner Alczak, it's new. So I would be, that's where I'm leaning right now. Thank you.
Right. Let me have Ms. Bigelow answer Vice Chair Rupavar's questions, and then we will go to Commissioner Alczak.
Great. I also wanted to introduce, we have another participant with us as a panelist, who's Matthew Reed, who's with Silicon Valley at Home, who's been our partner with the Challenge Grant. So just to say that he may also add some insight into this question along with Ms. Bigelow. I think suffice it to say the answers are mixed, but in terms of the impacts of rent control, but we can't answer the former question specifically about the one-year lease. And it is that it's not about how long someone's lease is, it's about whether they have been a tenant for a year or less. So someone could have a year-long lease, be in month 10, and still be subject to a rent increase that's over the 5% plus CPI. So Ms. Bigelow and Mr. Reed, if you want to take the questions about kind of the impacts of rent control and what we see as results or of rent stabilization policies, excuse me.
That is the question, isn't it? When dealing with rent stabilization policies. And I think as Assistant Director Tanner mentioned, the notion is that recent data that I have seen has said that former thought process on economists' behalf have been somewhat disproven. And so it's kind of, as we said, mixed. And that isn't a terrific answer for you, but it does provide something of an answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think, there's a number of questions that came up. One is, what is the impact of rent control on production? And in California, sort of since rent control was constrained by Costa-Hawkins, the properties that have been affected were needed to be built before 1995. And what the new state law does is say, the impact on development is really on the front end. By the time a property is 15 years or older, a rent control restriction is not really altering the decision to build and finance that property. And that's where that number comes from, and that's what the function is. The state law is really it predates COVID. It was a housing crisis emergency response, and so it's set at a very high rent level. It's 5% plus CPI annually, significantly higher than most rent control limits in other cities that have that. In Santa Clara County, we've actually only had 1 or 2 quarters where the annual rent inflation rate was above that cap. So it's really a crisis intervention cap as opposed to a real functional constraint on rent increases. The research has, this is, everybody's got their own opinions and their own facts on this one. So I understand the concerns. I think the clearest thing that you can say is that really strong rent control cities like San Francisco, there is increased competition for non-controlled units because there's less turnover in controlled units. That really only is operable if those rents are actually being significantly constrained by the rent control limitations. And so it's very difficult to analyze across cities. I don't think we'd see the same thing, for example, in San Jose, whose rent control, rent stabilization has always been at 5% per year or more. So the research that's been done on San Francisco is unique because the allowable rent increase in San Francisco is very small. It's a proportion of the consumer price index as opposed to 5% plus the consumer price index. So it is difficult. I think this one is expected to have very little impact on rents. It's really intended to be an emergency response to the crisis and to forestall the possibility that there would be massive increases in rent. The other thing that I would note is that while it is early and it has not been in effect long enough to know exactly what the impact, one of the real constraints with the state law is that there's no real clear enforcement. It doesn't become operable unless a tenant were to take a landlord to court, essentially. And so one of the things that's been happening locally is that local folks have been adopting those provisions, but it allows there to be more of an engagement locally with enforcement of those rights on behalf of the residents of the city who, are intended to enjoy those rights, but that enjoyment is limited by the structure of how that is monitored. So that would be the only other point that I had. Thank you for bearing with me on that. I hope it was helpful.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
All right, we are through the lightning round, and I see Commissioner Alchek followed by Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to clarify something. When I said that I didn't think that the staff was necessarily approaching this so, I guess even-handedly, I would suggest to you that the reason why is because under the notion of cost, it says limited cost. And I think that it's sort of inaccurate to have a conversation about rent control and essentially not address the there's certainly a tremendous amount of research and study that suggests that there are actually really high costs to rent control, that it has really negative consequences. And there are very strong advocates opposed to rent control. And we don't have one of those individuals on our dais tonight, but there are consequences to rent control that are maybe unwelcome. And by sort of saying, there's no cost to increasing rent control policy, that's my whole point. It's like we're acting like there's only positive on this. And I think if I think the concern for a lot of people when it comes to rent control is, oh, how far does this go? And then at what point does it result in underinvested in housing because of the implications of not being able to recoup if you need to do repairs. We've heard those stories. We've heard stories of individuals in our own community whose landlords aren't doing the work they need to do. And this would theoretically encourage greater rent control. In theory, can encourage that type of behavior. So that's sort of what I meant by that. And I just want to add, I think we have a problem here. This rental units occupied by renters that moved in less than a year ago is true. And in the state of California, if you have some kind of month-to-month tenancy, your rent can be almost doubled. But we do not have that. You can't raise the rent. Well, let me rephrase. If you have a 1-year lease that describes your rent for the lease, it cannot be legally increased during that time. And so this is not a category that applies this was meant to deal with short-term. This should say, for our purposes, short-term rentals, meaning if you have Airbnb, this doesn't apply. We don't have Airbnb in this town, and you have to have a 1-year lease. So there is no scenario where on the 364th day, someone could give a double rent increase. That's not how it works. The rent could only increase on your 13th month, which would then fall into this rule. So I don't believe staff has it right on this one, that there's this category of people in our community that are impacted by this, specifically because of the other rule in our community about 1-year lease requirements. And then I would say that I feel like outside of that, if that's persuasive, I feel like there's consensus here to recommend not expanding the application of rent control. I don't think that expanding it would have any impact on enforcement. I think that notion is a little confusing, because if you raise the rent on someone and they don't pay it, they only pay the legally allowed amount, you'd have to start an eviction proceeding, which would bring them into court. And so the only remedy for the landlord would be to go to court as well if they were trying to do something that they weren't legally allowed to do. And it would be very hard to demonstrate that they were allowed to do something if the rent control, if it was exceeded the 5% cap or 5% plus inflation. So and the last thing I would say is, with respect to rental units and properties built within the last 15 years, again, I think the rolling policy is much better than the previous sort of Costa-Hawkins approach that was referred to. But at the same time, how many properties can you think of that were built in the last 15 years? The number is really low. I feel like one of the questions we had last time was, well, how big is this category? And I don't think it's very large. I don't think there's a lot of Palo Alto residents who are in 7-year-old units. And so if there is consensus on this, with an eye on the clock, I think we should see. If the chair so wishes, I would make a motion saying that we don't recommend expanding rent stabilization at the current time. But I will, let you decide if that's something you want me to pursue, because I think there's more than 4 commissioners who are, ready to support that.
Mr. Templeton's hand up, but just let me answer the procedural question. Once we get through the lightning round, and everyone has had a chance to give their overview, I think the floor is free for anyone who wants to try a motion to do so. But let's go to Commissioner Templeton, and then Commissioner Alchek, you can decide what you want to do.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for staff, because I heard some comments that I'm not sure are entirely would ADUs that were built in the last 15 years count as being exempted? Or remodels, if a home was, say, torn down and rebuilt?
Let me
Ms.
take a stab
Bigelower?
at that.
Okay, sure.
So, and I'll welcome Mr. Reed to correct me. He's here to keep me honest, and along with other things. But you know, with a remodel, maybe a new ADU would be currently is not covered under this. Again, if it's 15 years or newer, it wouldn't be covered under the 1482. So it would not be covered.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think there's a rule that says it doesn't apply to units that can't be sold separately from the single family home on the property. I think there's a separate caveat. So like an ADU can't be sold separate from the house. And I think there's a carve out for that. So it's not regardless of the 15-year mark, by the way.
Yeah, that's correct. And so
and also they're often owner occupied, right? Like I think we have some structures around that.
Yeah, so it might fall into even the duplex category, you know, if you kind of think of it in that way as well. I think the other category you mentioned, I'm sorry,
the second question I had was around the length of lease. As I understand it, we're required to offer a 12-month lease, but there are leases in existence in Palo Alto that are less than 1 year. Is that correct?
Yes, someone is not required to accept a 1-year lease if they do not want that.
Right. So there are leases in Palo Alto that would be affected by this, just to clarify this statement earlier. And then the other question I had, and I guess this might apply to all of the work we're doing on this agenda item. Does any of it apply to mobile home rental fees, or is that a totally different?
That is a good question. Mr. Reed, do you know if space rent at mobile home parks is covered by this state law? I know there had been some talk about that when the law was being discussed.
Yeah, I don't believe that it is. I would have to check that. I believe there's I apologize. If I remember correctly, there's a cleanup piece that may have done that, but it's not through 1482, and I don't remember offhand if it was passed.
Okay, sorry to put you on the spot. I know in other communities nearby, there was separate measures needed to be brought up in order to address the rental situation in mobile home parks, and that we're seeing that in you know, Sunnyvale and Mountain View and things like that, where this is an issue, especially during COVID. And just want to throw that out there as something that's not on our list, but that affects my neighboring community. I live here in Barron Park, right next to the Buena Vista mobile home park.
You are correct, Chair, though, that in that kind of a summary you just gave, that if something is wanted to apply to mobile homes, it usually needs to be clearly, specifically stated that it applies to them. Otherwise, it typically does not apply to the mobile home community.
Okay. All right. Well, that's just maybe something to think about for next time, because we do have a community here that would be affected by that. Okay. So just thinking about some of the comments, you know, I know there are a lot of unknowns. I recognize there's a lot of unknowns in the rent stabilization, but I also want to just, you know, push back a little bit on some of the concerns that may be coming across as more unknown than they really are, because we do have neighboring communities that have similar protections. And is that something we want to discuss? Like, is this aligned? Does Mountain View have something like this, for example, this kind of patch, and has it created the consequences that we've been speculating about tonight?
Mountain View does have some rent stabilization. My understanding, though, is that they have their own local policy that is in effect. And so I think, as Mr. Reed was kind of suggesting, this is some had phrased it as an anti-rent gouging measure, so that folks couldn't, a landlord couldn't kind of really rack up the rent in 1 year very, very high, which could lead to someone's displacement. I think Mountain View's annual increase is probably more moderated than the 5% plus CPI would be I don't know, but maybe Mr. Riedrums-Bigelow can expand on that.
Yes, Mountain View is significantly lower. I don't remember exactly what it is. They float, and so it's a little bit difficult to keep track. San Jose is at 5%.
So are they seeing any kind of these consequences that we've been speculating about tonight?
I don't believe that they are, but if you ask 12 people, 2 of them would tell you something different. So it's very difficult to assess the impact on private market actors. It's just a very difficult thing to assess. Again, the most significant impact of this type of measure is tied to whether it is constraining rents in the market or not. So if your rent is increasing annually at less than 5% plus the CPI, there is effectively no impact of this constraint. So it only comes into play when the market, in this case, is extremely tight. And so we don't think that in these cases it will be having the impact that is generally exhibited in the research. And again, the most concrete study is in San Francisco, and it shows non-controlled people, the rents were increased because of the impact on housing supply and the lack of turnover. It did indeed keep people in the city who were lower income because it kept their rent at stable levels. So that's the most often cited impact, and that's in a city where the level was significantly below the consumer price index, so probably 5% below what the state proposal is.
All right, thank you.
So I've got really just one additional comment, and then I will go to Commissioner Olczak, who's got his hand up. And that is when we look at the staff recommendation in this item A to basically patch, fill the hole created by 1482, not including buildings built in the last 15 years. I think Mr. Reed, explained to us why the state did it that way, and that it was not random, but really based on, it sounds like an economic analysis. And while Commissioner Olczak makes the point, well, okay, even if you did apply it, it wouldn't apply to too many buildings because we don't have a lot of rental units built in the last 15 years. I think when we look forward, particularly through the next RHNA cycle into 2031, we want to build a lot of rental units. And so my concern would be that for the same reason the state thought we don't want to touch those new rental units, we don't want to impact, disincentivize them from coming online. I don't know better than the state on this. And so I would be loath to have that unintended consequence. Commissioner Olczak, your hand's up.
Yeah, just to clarify, just because I want to answer the question because I don't think it was appropriately answered. Mountain View does not apply its rent control ordinance to units built in the last 15 years. So I think that's a clear indication. First of all, I want to say 2 things. I'm not opposed to rent control. There is rent control, and the notion that it only takes place if the market increases more than 5%. Well, maybe that's a good number. Maybe if you're renting a place for $2,000 a month, $100 rent increase is reasonable in a given year. So you're right. It only really happens if it gets over 5%. I don't necessarily think that Mountain View's shifts between 3 and change and 3.6, right? Like 2.9 to 3.6. I think for this year, it's set it at 2.9. By the way, no one's going to increase rents by 2.9% in Mountain View. They're dropping rents by 20% in Mountain View. So adding rent control this year is like saying, we don't want you guys to raise prices on a year where you're lowering prices 20%. But the more important point I want to make is that Mountain View is one of the leaders of housing production. And they would never jeopardize that attractiveness by saying the new units apply. And that, I wish the staff could have answered that question, because I think it's more meaningful when the staff answers the question than when a commissioner does, frankly. So, but I'd like to suggest, and I just want to say one more thing. I don't, it's true. Theoretically, there could be a lease that's less than a year. If some person came to Palo Alto and was like, I don't want to live here a year. I just want to live here 6 months. Thanks for your 1 year lease, but I can't accept that because I'm out of here in 6 months because my 6-month job at Stanford is over. Like if there was some random reason for it, then when that person exits because they needed a short-term, this is not the tool that's going to solve this. Like that's not a wide issue. It's a very limited application is sort of what I mean. So I didn't mean to suggest that there was never a possibility that it would apply to them. So anyways, with that, I would like to make, I guess we're motioning, right? So I'd like to make a motion that we recommend council does not expand upon rent stabilization in the current time, and continue to rely on the state wide cap and AB 1482 as written.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Suma, I see your hand up, but it was already up. So, and now it's down.
I had a question earlier, but that's okay.
Not seeing any hands up. I will second the motion for the purpose of discussion. Commissioner Alchek, do you want to speak any further to your motion?
Yeah, I think there's consensus here. I don't think that we're suggesting rent control isn't a good tool in our community. I think I would suggest to you that this rent control ordinance is in its infancy. And but before that, Palo Alto never had any rent control. And the years that really made statewide rent control a topic of great interest were those years between 2012 and 2017, when we saw tremendous rent increases in the market. Now the opposite is true, which is that rents have dropped dramatically. And so it already applies. It's somewhat, let's just put it this way, based on the demographic in Palo Alto, it doesn't allow for gouging. I would suggest to you that 5% is not gouging. And more importantly, this isn't forever. We get to review this. The city council can continue to review this. And when, if this doesn't solve problems in Palo Alto when they occurred, like they did in 2012 to 2016, then we can create solutions then.
Thank you. All right, I'll speak briefly to my second, and then I'll go to Commissioner Templeton. So I guess the one thing I want to point out is when we look at the four potential patch items for rent stabilization, of course, it's the same 4 potential patch items we had on the eviction reduction, the just cause. And I think we're really, the fact that we did it in one place on eviction doesn't necessarily dovetail with needing to do it here. I mean, on evictions, what we're talking about is you have housing, somebody wants to throw you out, potentially put you on the street, and we need to have some protection against that. On this item, what we're talking about is you have housing and somebody wants to raise your rent. And if you don't like the risk that your rent might get raised by more than 5%, then what you do is you find yourself a building that's 15 years old and you rent there. And you sign a 1-year lease. You don't take a 1 month or a 3 month or a 6 month lease. And now you're protected under state law. And so, so those are the additional thoughts I had regarding the motion on the floor. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Just to clarify what my fellow commissioners have stated, it's you've both mentioned 5% is the cap. Is that correct? I read it as 5% plus CPI,
Plus CPI.
which could be, I think there was a cap of 10% on that. Is that correct?
That's correct. 5% plus CPI with a no greater than 10% annually.
Right. So that's up to double, just to make sure I don't want to misstate it and to minimize the situation. And, there are some scenarios that we've discussed where people might be in that situation. First, the idea of being able to choose, to be choosy about where you rent in Palo Alto is difficult for many, especially in the demographic that we are trying to provide more protection for. I would also say that if the eviction door is closed, then the price gouging door is the next option for a renter to get, a owner or the person in charge of the lease to get a person out. So let's not minimize that risk either. It's entirely possible that someone in a 14-year-old or 12-year-old rental property might be faced with a price gouge lease renewal if we don't make these changes. And that would be a door that's open for people to be evicted in another way by being priced out deliberately. And that does happen. So, I think we're all thinking about a perfect world and a really well-planned world. But we also have to understand these protections are here to close the gaps. The proposal is here to close the gaps and to remove loopholes that are being abused. So my understanding is that is why this is in front of us. So I don't want to diminish that. On the other hand, I was wondering if the maker could please repeat the motion wording so that I can just respond to that. It was to not.
Yeah, so I would,
Thanks.
that's fine. I can, I would recommend that the city council does not expand upon the rent stabilization currently in place and rely on the statewide rent stabilization law as written, AB 1482.
Would you be open to saying at this time, due to volatility related to the pandemic, and then recommend that they come back in 5 years to discuss this?
If you, for example, were suggesting that you thought 5% was too much and that you thought that the policy in Mountain View was instructive because they were at 3.4, hold on. If that's what you were suggesting, I would say, okay. But I am very much sensitive to the position that some of these renters are in. But as a housing advocate, specifically a residential housing development in a city that can't seem to get out of its own way to build housing, you are talking about doing something that no other jurisdiction is really doing in the state, which is the 15-year protection makes it completely unlikely in a market that's volatile that developers will build. So I'm telling you that like this, the 15-year mark, that's the holy grail of affordable of market rate that has 20% affordable, the goal of having, we want to increase the percentages of affordable housing. Like that doesn't happen. No one builds anything, it never gets done. And so I think the question is what you mean by for now. And frankly, I think, I think that's a different conversation.
Okay, well, Commissioner, I was trying to support your motion, and I was wondering if the biggest concern is that this is not the right time, which you mentioned repeatedly, then maybe we can advise council to circle back in a period of time. That was the main suggestion of the friendly amendment.
I think that let me put it this way. I don't think I need to see this in 2 years. I think what I need to see is, does the current statewide program for rent protection create a environment in Palo Alto that encourages housing development, but also protects renters to a reasonable extent? And I think it does. And I would suggest to you that I would need to experience a situation where it didn't before I would say, hey, council, you need to pay attention to this again. And I think we have a robust process for advocacy in this community where it would get noticed. And so, look, I would suggest to you that if 60% of our renters are in homes that don't apply, that's a bigger sort of question, because you want the rent control to sort of apply to people. And if our rental product is all single family housing, is that something we should look into? Yeah, maybe. I think we have to sort of see how this plays out. And this, I would suggest to you that for now, I would suggest to you that there couldn't be a worse time to sort of think about increasing rent stabilization efforts, because we already have a moratorium situation. There's like no tools for, it doesn't matter. No one's increasing rents. You're just talking about what's going to happen in 5 years when they theoretically get to a place where they could increase rents 5%. One thing I just want to mention to you is that when you're looking at Mountain View, for example, which is a market I'm quite familiar with, the current rates in Mountain View are down 29% from where they were in 2019. Now, Mountain View has currently the new city council, the current city council passed a 2.9% rental increase cap. So to put that in perspective, if you get into an apartment building in Mountain View that's under the law, like many of them are, it's going to take you a decade to get to the rent you were paying in 2019. So as our economy recovers, our housing providers don't. They get stuck collecting 30% less than they did in 2019, while maybe people's salaries or their jobs have brought them back to where they were in 2019. And so, look, housing is a problem, rents are a problem. I'm just saying we've got a good policy here. Let's let it go. My recommendations, we let city council continue to see the benefits of this law and let it play out. And so I wouldn't put a time restriction on it or suggest that they come back to it in 2 years. I think we're looking at a longer time frame here, and I don't think it's worth amending it.
So, okay, Commissioner, I'll check you're declining the friendly amendment, if I understand that correctly. Yes, okay. Then Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be able to support this. I think Commissioner Templeton asked a lot of really good questions and made good points. And the argument that it's not going to cover a lot of people is not a very compelling argument to me if it helps some people. And this idea, first of all, rents in the Bay Area are going up for the first time since last April. The rents are already going back up. And we have heard from half of our community are renters in Palo Alto, nearly half. And the price of rental, the price of housing is the biggest problem for them. I wanted to ask staff, I believe that Commissioner Alchek felt that letter A was directed at short-term housing companies that we don't have any of. Could staff comment on that?
That's a great question, Commissioner Suma. I would ask Mr. Reed if he was tracking that legislation during the legislative process, if he's aware if that's the intent. I will confess I was not tracking the conversation at the state level as intensely to understand if the intent was to not have it apply to short-term or vacation rentals. Do you know, Mr. Reed, if that's the case?
It was broader than short-term rentals. There were a number of different elements to the conversation. Not every city has a one-year lease rule, and some that do have shorter leases anyways. But it was definitely targeted also at the ADU question.
Okay, thank you.
So, and then also, I believe, Assistant Director Tanner, that we actually get tax from Airbnb, the city of Palo Alto. So
That is correct.
does the city have any information on how many short-term rental units there are in Palo Alto?
I
Or
would
maybe you
need-
don't have that at your fingertips.
No, and I'm not sure how the taxes are remitted, how specific they are. If
Yeah.
it's just a bundle from Airbnb or if it is broken down more specifically, it's remitted from Airbnb. So it isn't like from each individual rental unit.
Uh-huh.
But we can look into
So,
that.
and then the other thing is I have anecdotally known people that were refused the 1-year lease and had to go month to month, which creates a lot of uncertainty and fear. And we don't have a way to enforce the 1-year lease problem. So I don't see, and Mr. Reed has explained that this is actually just anti-gouging sort of rent control. So I don't see the downside of this if it's not going to affect many people. The downside I see of this is the downside of a lot of what we're doing tonight is that a lot of these things are not enforced by municipalities. They can only be enforced by in the very unlikely situation that the tenant can take the landlord to court, which I don't think is very realistic either. So I sort of feel like anything that really isn't causing an unintended bad consequence that can help renters, even if it's a few number of our renters, we should go for. We can always change it if it somehow is hurting something. So, and I do think just today in the San Francisco Chronicle, there was an article about how the rents are going up first time in San Francisco, San Jose, and Oakland. So this is going to be a compelling problem for our community, I think, really soon again. So for that reason, I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any further commissioner hands up. So Ms. Klicheva, let's conduct a roll call vote for the motion on the floor.
Okay. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Okay, the motion carries 5-2.
Let's see, commissioners wishing to illuminate their no vote. I see Commissioner Templeton's hand up. Is it for that purpose or?
Yes.
Okay, please do.
I appreciate that now might not be the time. I was hoping we would get a little bit more clarity from staff about the implications of doing this now or later and comparisons to local neighboring communities. I hope that this will come back at some point in the future. It's unfortunate we couldn't include that in the motion. But if, say, it does come back in 5 years, it would be really helpful to understand how communities like, for example, Mountain View, who has been able to build a lot of new buildings for rental, even though they have the rental protections that extend further. So I'd like to understand that better. And if it does come back sometime in the future, it would be great to have that information. So thank you for bringing us the opportunity, and hopefully we don't see this exploited. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, did you wish to say anything further on your no vote?
No, I think I already covered it. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing, your hand is up in between items here. What would you like to?
I would just like to make an unusual statement and make a comment on my for vote as opposed to my opposed vote. I would have supported the amendment by Commissioner Templeton to have a date in the future that we circled back on this. So I'd like that to be recorded as it is obviously in the minutes. But I voted for it because of the other reasons that there isn't much, there is rent protection from the state law and there's not much data. And I think we can respond pretty quickly if we need to amend the ordinance. Thank you.
All right. I am thinking that that was our most challenging of the remaining issues, and I will now test that theory by starting to move us through the remaining issues with item number 5, the security deposit limit. Can we have the staff bullet points on that?
Absolutely, but you better knock on wood. Okay. So we currently have California Civil Code, which allows landlords to charge different amounts for furnished or unfurnished units. The average rent across the board in Palo Alto is $2,940 a month. So the amount for at an average for rent and security deposit in an unfinished apartment would be $8,820. And our recommendation would be to adopt an ordinance limiting security deposits to 1.5 times. And go forth and discuss.
Thank you. Lightning round. Who would like to lead off? 1-minute comments. No thunder, only lightning. Commissioner Alchek, no thunder.
Yeah, I'll just say, look, the city of Mountain View is at 2 months rent, city of San Jose, city of Belmont, I can name 10 cities. I just, I think this is a tool used to, protect individuals who care a lot about their properties and are concerned. And here's the crazy irony, is that if you want people are willing to take more chances when they get more security. And frequently in the Bay Area, first of all, the irony here is that security deposits have gone out the window locally as a result of the pandemic. People are competing so hard on tenants that they're willing to take like $200 or nothing. But more importantly, the point I was going to make is that if you can't get a cosigner, or if you can't get someone with a good credit to sort of sign an application with you, this tool tends to encourage people to take a greater risk on you. And so it also can be a high hurdle. It has both consequences. But considering that the jurisdictions all around us that I think are doing a good job here, don't do it. I would recommend that we don't make this change.
Mr. Chang.
So I recommend that we make this change and actually go further. And the reason for it is because our rents in Palo Alto are high. And so if you think about, in many cities, actually, it's more typical. I remember when I was renting a place, it's more typical to charge 1 month's rent as a deposit. And if you do the math, at 1.5, it comes out to, I think, $4,400. And we looked at the income of people who are rent burdened. Most of the people who are rent burdened are making $75,000 or less. If it's $75,000, that's 5% of your income. If you're making $30,000, you're talking more than 10% of your annual income locked up in a security deposit, and that is super significant. And so I think that this is probably one of the single biggest things that we could do to change the day-to-day life of renters. A lot of people don't have, that's their entire savings, like locked up in their deposit. That's it.
Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'm happy to follow Commissioner Chang because I agree with her entirely. And I also having been a renter for many years while in college and afterwards in the big city of Chicago, I think that the security deposit, especially at such high amounts, creates an asymmetry of power. And I just remember the terror every time I had to move of worrying about whether I was going to get my security deposit back, because there wasn't anybody. Once again, there was no one to come in and say, you left this place better, which I always did, than you found it. There was no one to protect a renter from the, except once again, if you have the time and the money to take it to court against the, against a landlord who unscrupulously wanted to keep it. So I will stop there and say that I agree with Commissioner Chang. Thank you.
Thank you. I also agree with Commissioner Chang. I would also echo Commissioner Suma's concern about the misuse of security deposit funds. That has happened to me. That has happened to many people I know. It's totally unacceptable at the amounts that we're talking about in Palo Alto if we continue the way we are. So I like the suggestion of 1.5 times rent for now. And just staff later after this round, if you could clarify, do you mean this to apply to all kinds of properties or only corporate owned, or just like a little clarity on that? Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I have similar concerns about the 2x rent. I thought that Commissioner Chang was suggesting we go below 1.5. So I'd be amenable to that. Obviously, and Commissioner Ackman, you've talked about this a number of times. You'd like to get just to the rent burdened people. But if you did that in this case, then you'd be giving a disincentive for affordable housing units. So I'm not sure that there's a good way to just do it for people who are rent burdened. I think you'd have to do it overall for all renters. And the other thing is that, you know, as we've all experienced as renters, when they're using our money at no interest rate, that really, that's a gouge right there. I'm wondering if we have any teeth that we can do into that, where the deposit is generates interest for the tenant. That's all.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
Yeah, just quickly on that, I had a question. Do we have anything in Palo Alto where we require interest on the deposit payments? Because there are certain cities, if I'm not mistaken, that do. No? Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Additional comments, Vice Chair, in the lightning round?
No.
Okay. I think all of the commissioners have spoken other than me, so I will say this. We've made a recommendation on tenant relocation assistance to the City Council that they move forward with that and find a metric that applies it only to the cost burdened portion of our rental community. And I think here, if we're going beyond state law, then whatever that metric is, and we don't know what it is yet, I expect it may be some sort of floor rent that adjusts every year. But that's the metric that I think would be appropriate to be applied here. I don't, and again, I think it will work here if it's going to work for relocation. And so you can distinguish the people who are cost burdened renters from the person who, again, is living at the top of that building, paying $10,000 of rent, and neither needs nor deserves government intrusion into the private relationship between that landlord and that tenant. They don't need the protection, and I don't think we should afford it to them. So I'd be supportive of the 1.5 months with the same metric as the council comes up with in relocation assistance. Thanks. All right, so we are through the lightning round, and I see Ms. Tanner's hand up. Ms. Tanner?
I believe there were two questions, at least two questions that were asked during the lightning round. One was about who would be impacted. So certainly the commission could include that in their motion. This would be similar to the one-year lease, which does apply to all properties. No matter what the configuration in Palo Alto, you need to offer a one-year lease. So this would be similar. I would caution about the applying to the rent burden. You know, rent burden is a function of the cost of your rent and the income of your household. And so in this case, if we're not calculating it as a city and requiring it, it would be the landlord and tenant's discretion to calculate who is rent burdened, and then to require a security deposit based on that burden. So I just want to clarify how that would be functionally implemented. And there may be some, just as there are limitations with ensuring landlords actually adhere to whatever the amount is, there would certainly be limitations to ensuring landlords adhere to some practice of evaluating their tenants based on the cost burden metric.
So let me have a follow-up question to that. If that's true here on the security deposit, won't it also be true for tenant relocation? That we
Yes,
basically.
In that case, the tenants are already there. They're a tenant who's being evicted. This is a prospective tenant who is preparing to pay a security deposit and being screened by their landlord. And then the landlord would need to calculate their rent burden. And then if they are rent burden, would need to apply the security deposit limit to that household. That's what I understood you recommending.
Am I understanding that you're assuming that the metric that the city council will come up with will be based on the tenant's income? Because I'm not assuming that.
If you wanted it to be the cost burden households, then that would be the metric. Cost burden is if you pay more than 30% of your income for your rent, then you're cost burdened.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I see Commissioner Chang. So we're out of the lightning round now, so you're not constrained to 1 minute. Thank you to those of you who held with that constraint. Commissioner Chang.
I'll be quick anyway, but I think what Chair Heckman was suggesting in the earlier item when he was trying to target eviction protection towards rent burdened households was to come up with a different metric, right? Because I think in that one, it was the metric that we had was something about number of units, and he was suggesting that maybe that's not the right metric. Maybe it is if we find out that most of rent burdened households, like we would cover the vast majority of rent burdened households if we looked at rents below 5,000 or just a different type of threshold. And I think that that was what he was supporting. So in a moment, I'll let him confirm. But with respect to this security deposit limit, I would say that regardless of what rent you're paying, having a deposit of 2 or 3 times the rent is highway robbery. Like I know so many families who are renting single family homes and the rent might be, $6,000, $7,000. So now we're talking a deposit of $14,000 to $21,000. The family could buy a car with that. And I just don't think it's necessary because the deposit is meant to cover damage caused by the family. So I definitely support limiting the security deposit to 1.5 times the rent across all rentals. And like I said before, I would actually lower it further, but it doesn't seem like there's necessarily support for that. That's it.
Commissioner Olczyk, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
Okay, so I'm not incredibly invested in, taking sort of opposing this, but I just want to highlight two things. Number one, the irony that we're so prepared and that the city's council might be so prepared to, be barrier breaking when it comes to renter policy, and yet it feels so rigid when it comes to housing production policy. I think there's maybe more thought should be, given to why other jurisdictions haven't done this. And then I would just add that like this does nothing to stop a landlord from improperly withholding a deposit. I don't know if Commissioner Suma had that experience. Maybe she lost a few deposits in an illegitimate way, and that is a terrible thing when that happens. But this doesn't reduce the likelihood of that happening. That this does, so I don't like the suggestion that we're talking about residents of Palo Alto in many cases who are landlords, and one of the things that I would be very much interested to know is how many of our local renters had to put double deposits down. This would be a part of that, first item, data collection. I'd be interested in surveying landlords in that data collection effort and say, how does the process of evaluating or setting security deposit inform your process for approving applicants? The reason why people set security deposits high is twofold. They have a concern the person can't pay. They're legitimately concerned they won't be able to collect rent, or they're concerned about property damage. I don't think those concerns are illegitimate. I don't think that, let me put it this way. When was the last time you heard about a car repair that was less than like, $2,000? I mean, I think there's a discrepant, there's a gap here in our understanding of what happens when something goes sideways at a property. How much does it cost? Well, I would tell you if the property is renting for $7,000, that property might be around $11 million. And so the scale of damage that can occur, let me be clear here. There are properties that sell for $10 million in Palo Alto and rent for $10,000 a month. There are some properties that sell for $12 million in Palo Alto, they rent for $20,000. They have ridiculous, amenities. And I just think, I'm not worried about the guy who's renting a house for $7,000. I think the real question is that household that's lower. And again, like I said, I'm not terribly invested, and I think that this half a month is not that significant. But I also feel like you don't do this without data. And it'd be one thing if every other community in our neighborhood reduced it, and then we go, well, we're the outlier and we seem to be perfectly fine, in your words, gouging people. But we're not relatively gouging people. And so then we have to ask ourselves, is that an acceptable adjective to use? And I'm not some, there's no love loss here for, I'm not worried about the feelings of our local, renters. I just wonder if without data, my biggest concern, and this goes to what Commissioner Heckman said, was if I had to choose between two tenants and it was my mother's home and I'm now renting it out, and one tenant I couldn't ask for 2 months and the other one I could, would I go to the 1.5 month one or 1 month one? And so that would be my concern about the suggestion that this somehow could be my concern, number one, is that people will create a legitimate preference for not taking risks, which was a concern I had earlier. This idea that like, maybe I would rent to a bunch of young adults if I was sufficiently comfortable with the deposit I had, because maybe they were rent burdened. The rent burden is still there. And so the concern is, well, are you going to be comfortable leasing to someone who's rent burdened if you have concerns that they may not be able to make the payments, and they're willing to make the sacrifice of paying 50 or 60 or 70% of their income on rent? So I think more data should happen here. I think this is interesting to me that we're going to push this forward, and other communities in our neighborhood are not doing this. And I almost wonder if I'll abstain from this vote, just because I can't. It's hard to be super sure this is the right path.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Ms. Bigelow, can you tell us where you came up with the number 1.5 for your recommendation?
So when I looked at the amount that 1.5 offered of difference, where it was least $1,000, but it wasn't that far from 2 months rent, I wanted to make sure that there was a difference that would be significant for renters, for low income renters, without feeling like I was changing things that much from what the amount was according to California Civil Code.
Okay, so it's a compromise to reduce it meaningfully for renters while providing as much coverage as possible for landlords. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I tried to moderate most of these proposals so that they took both sides into consideration.
Great, thank you for clearing that up. And do we know if any other communities in the Bay Area have changed the security deposits? For example, did you bring this up because you saw it in a neighboring community?
Nope. I looked to Vermont, and that was where this came from. So I have not seen it done in neighboring communities, but it did seem like a significant change to get people into homes that would lower the obstacle to get them into that home.
Okay, so this is sort of a barrier to entry rather than like we were talking about raising the rents. That's where the gouging was, right? This is more of a barrier to entry.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, while I am inclined to support Commissioner Chang's suggestion to go lower, I do see the sense in staff's suggestion of starting here and seeing if we can have that balance of meaningful change while still providing the security that the landlords need. Is it motion time? Ms. Chang, if you wanted to make the motion, you can. I'm happy to do it myself as well. I don't know who's next.
So right now you have the floor. I see Commissioner Suma's hand up next. So
All right, well, I'll go ahead and make the motion and see if anyone supports moving the staff recommendation for number 5.
we have a motion to recommend the staff recommendation. Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
I'll second.
We have a sorry. Did you want to second, Commissioner Suma? Your hand was up. Now
No,
you're just
I'm happy. It's fine the way it is. I'm happy.
okay. All right, very well. Then Commissioner Lowing has seconded. Commissioner Templeton, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think this is a reasonable recommendation for us to make based on some of the challenges that we're hearing from community members about becoming part of our community and moving into Palo Alto. There are barriers at every step along the way. This is a barrier to entry, and I think that would help meet some of our community goals of being more supportive to an economically more diverse population. So I think this would be a great way to work towards that. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing, your second?
Totally agree with everything that Commissioner Templeton just said. Exactly my thoughts.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I would be, if the motioner and seconder would be interested, I heard some other colleagues that were interested in perhaps a 1 month instead of 1.5 months. I don't know if there's any interest in that from the maker and seconder.
I'm interested in that. I think we could try it. The concern I have mainly why I didn't go there now is this is already a big change, and some colleagues have mentioned that there might be some anxiety amongst the landlords about not having enough security. So I thought this was a good compromise. We can try it. We can make that recommendation. We can also adjust it to say to council 1 to 1.5, and then they can work that out.
Well, it's up to the maker and the seconder.
Mr. Templeton, do you want to modify your motion?
No.
All right. Other commissioners wanting to comment on the motion on the floor? Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, having heard Ms. Bigelow's reasoning, I'm sold on the 1.5. So I would just wanted to say that.
All right, I'm not seeing other hands, so let me make a couple of comments. First, if it's to be a number, I think it should be 1.5. You know, at 1 month's rent, what you have to realize, and I may have even done this sometime in my rental career, when you get to that last month, you just don't pay the rent. And now the 1 month rent is used for that purpose, and the gouges that I made in the floor or the hole I made in the wall that night, I got angry, whatever. The landlord has to chase me for that. So I think that there's a little bit of buffer here with the 1.5, and that's why I like that number. But I do need, I think, to clarify, you know, my continuing hesitation regarding the 1.5, and that is that it should not apply across the board. And on that, I'm actually going to ask staff before you take this to council to go back and review the minutes of item 2, because I think the way it's been summarized here tonight was not my understanding or intention regarding that. And specifically, the concept behind the recommendation for the different metric than units for item 2 was not to be income based. In fact, I think you find during the conversation of that item, and again, I'm bringing it up there because I think it's appropriate here. During the conversation of that item, Commissioner Alchek made the specific point that you're not going to have landlords, you know, going and finding out the income of every tenant to see if this is applied, and I agree. And that's why I think it's going to be the metric is most likely going. And I think that the nature of my motion was that most, not every rent burdened or cost burdened household would be protected, but that we would come up with a metric that would protect most of them. I believe that will be a rental figure. It was not income based, and so at a minimum regarding item 2, I'm going to ask staff to review those minutes more carefully before they take it to council.
Yeah, we did, Chair, look at those, and the motion was to have location assistance be eligible specifically to cost burden units and not all units. So we watched the tape actually today on that. So if your intention was that somehow the metric would get those units without using their income, I do not see how we would know that applies to them if we don't know their income. So I am a little confused.
So, and I don't know how to clear that up going backwards, but I can tell you on this one, what the limitation I would want, which is not part of the current motion, so that's why I can't support it, is that there be a metric that protects most, but not every, person who falls in those 4 categories of cost burden. And I believe that metric would be looking at those 4 categories and figure out, for example, what the typical rent they pay. And let's just say that was $2,200. Then in this situation, and it would adjust over time. there would be 1.5 months rent for everybody who was below that threshold. Anybody above that threshold, free market.
Okay, so I
So-
understand your intent is to get to a non-income based metric that captures everybody who is rent burdened,
Not everybody.
or at least most people who are rent burdened.
And I think I made that statement in the last hearing. So, and again, I don't know what you can do about that now because that's done. But here, and I'm sorry I'm taking a long time to explain why I can't support the motion on the floor. Okay, are there any commission comments before we move to a roll call vote? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Commissioner Templeton, the maker of the motion.
Just to clarify, your comments were to your no vote and not direction to staff. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Ms. Klacheva, can you conduct a roll call vote, please, on the motion?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
No.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
No.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-2.
Thank you, commissioners. I've already spoken to my no vote. Commissioner Alchek, do you have anything to add regarding yours?
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic. I would say that after hearing the logic behind how the number was arrived at, I would say that I went from an abstain to a no. It feels like no data was sort of relied upon to come up with this numeric number, with the exception of, I guess, a jurisdiction within Vermont. And I would suggest to you that it'll be a big pill to swallow if landlords in Palo Alto are like, I guess if I'm not going to be able to count on that 1 month rent and I'll have to go after them for the hole they put in the floor. I mean, what I would suggest is that I think this is a dramatic departure from what all the jurisdictions that surround Palo Alto are doing. And it wouldn't, maintaining it would not imply that we were somehow less welcoming to residents who are rent burdened. I think maintaining it would suggest that we were interested in understanding better how this tool is used in our city before making the change. And I guess my huge question would be that once we collect data, what number of our residents are paying double deposits? It'll be very interesting to know if, for example, double deposits make a large portion of rents that exceed a certain number versus a different number. I just think we're blind here. So to do something different is odd.
Let's move on to item 6, fair chance ordinance.
Okay.
Ms. Bigelow?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, technical difficulties. So fair chance ordinance is at its core an anti-discrimination policy, which is supposed to, as it says, restrict the landlord from discussing criminal background in a variety of different places. So we said that we thought that the impact was high, particularly for Black and Latinx individuals who are disproportionately impacted by incarceration. The cost would be limited, the feasibility would be medium due to the subject matter itself, and our recommendation would be to adopt a fair chance ordinance similar to Berkeley, and the breakdown of the policies is attached B in your staff report. So you can see the numerous different ways that a landlord can still tackle getting to know the prospective tenant without kind of giving a blanket ban. Blanket ban. That's the word. There we go. All right.
Questions on this item before the lightning round? Commissioner, I assume I see your hand up. I don't see any other hands up. So whether it's a question or your lightning comment, go for it.
Thank you. It's my lightning comment, and I will be supporting this. I feel very strongly that the unfairness of this and how it affects disproportionately affects people of color that are disproportionately affected by having been incarcerated in this country. And I do feel that it is incredibly, it's just something that's very dear to my heart to be concerned about how difficult it is for people who have rightly or wrongly spent time incarcerated, have such a difficult time finding work and finding places to live when they have paid their debt or whatever you want to call it to society, and we still make this difficult. I also think there's something sort of offensive, to be honest, about sort of an implied assumption that if you're applying to rent a home instead of being able to buy a home, that it's sort of implied to me that there's a larger likelihood if you are a renter that you would have had a criminal background. And I think that's something we should move away from. And I'd be happy to make a motion whenever my colleagues have finished and you think it's ready.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rupavar.
Yeah, I'd be supporting this because for the obvious reasons Commissioner Suma stated. I also wanted to point out that there's already kind of a ban on this under the California Fair Employment and Housing Act, where you can't inquire into a person's criminal history because of the tie between incarceration and discrimination against Black and Latino persons. So, there is some nuance. And the key case on this is Marina Point versus Wolfson, where the only time you can do it is, if it's poses a health and safety or there's a direct correlation between their crime and the tenancy. So maybe this is intended to close the gap, but clearly there's state law support, and I think we should go even further. And I'm 100% supportive of this.
Commissioner Templeton, thank you.
I also support this staff recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Lowing.
Yes, I am definitely supportive of this. We understand that there's issues on the other side in terms of neighborhood concern, but frankly, unlike a lot of other items in this report, there is a good community data from a number of sources, and staff says that they're going to be using the Berkeley model to address that. So I'm completely comfortable with this.
Mr. Chang.
I'm also in support, and I know that there might be concerns from a few parties, but I think that the carve out in the Berkeley law for somebody seeking a roommate, the single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, as well as still allowing providers to check the sex offender list, alleviate those concerns. And so I am definitely in support of this also.
All right, my lightning comment is that when I look at the packet page, it's the well, actually, I guess I'm looking at the one from last time. It's the comparison, and I'm incidentally, I'm supportive of us adopting a fair chance ordinance. The question I have is about when background checks are allowed and what kind of background checks are allowed. And when I look at the Berkeley allowances compared to the Seattle allowances, it seems like the Seattle allowances, while still limited to sex offender registries and HUD housing finance, are a little bit broader, have less process, so easier for the landlord to do. And I'm wondering from staff, why, what made you lean in your recommendation to our body to the Berkeley model on these issues rather than the Seattle model?
I will ask Ms. Bigelow if she can respond to that question. I will note, in addition, certainly I think it's worth looking at, and that is one question we did want to have commissioners talk about, is if they had particular places where they did want the background check to come into the process. That may differ from the Berkeley model. But Lauren, if you want to talk about Berkeley as the example that we most aligned with.
Mostly it was because of Berkeley being one of many regional jurisdictions who had decided to adopt this. I believe Alameda County is looking at it, in Richmond as well. So this was more in alignment with one of the items which my fellowship pushes on, which is for kind of trying to adopt more regional thinking on some of these. So that's why we went Berkeley. But I would also say that if you're interested and you see a different model that is more interesting in pursuing to you, we should absolutely talk about that.
Great, thank you. And I think along with promoting kind of maybe some degree of similarity amongst the region, although we know we have very diverse jurisdictions in the region, it is nice that it is also kind of in the same legal structure in terms of the state of California as Palo Alto obviously would be. But again, if there are parts of Seattle that you'd like us to look at, or if it's wholesale, certainly we can look further into that as we go to council.
Thank you for those responses. So we are through the lightning round, and I see Commissioner Templeton's hand.
Thank you. Just following up on your question, is the primary difference the chance to rebut?
It seems to me, yeah, when I read these, that there's more process in Berkeley, and incidentally, it looks like Oakland has the same process as Berkeley. You have to start with a conditional housing offer, then you get their permission to do the check, and you allow them a chance to provide rebutting or mitigating information, which is a lot more process than in Seattle, where you could just check. And so again, I wasn't necessarily saying Seattle's better, just I wanted to know why staff chose Berkeley version rather than Seattle.
Okay, thanks.
Other commission hands, somebody want to make a motion? I'm not seeing any hands for further comments, so I would invite a motion. Commissioner Suma.
Appreciate the points you brought up about Seattle, but I'm going to go ahead and move staff recommendation that says adopt fair chance ordinance similar to Berkeley, which gives a little leeway for nuance if we need to tweak it. So I'm going to go ahead and move staff's recommendation.
I'll second. Giselle.
Vice Chair Rupavar seconds. All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Suma, you want to speak further on your motion?
I think I've covered it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rupavar, your second?
Same. I've covered it.
Any commissioners want to make further comments? Commissioner Olczak.
Yeah, so the struggle, I think, for me on this one is that, I mean, I support this, but at the same time, the optics of having a discussion about this seem like they're complicated. And what do I mean by that? I would be more interested in understanding what a jurisdiction like Mountain View or San Jose, or I don't know, any of the peninsula jurisdictions were doing on this. And this may sound a little quirky, but I don't typically look at Berkeley as an example of the sort of civic process that we have here, or an example of a city that has a very similar sort of politics to us. And so again, like I said, this is a challenge because the optics here are what they are. I certainly do not, have any interest in perpetuating policy that discriminates individuals for actions that they have served time for, right? I also, it's interesting. Will this, if we follow the Berkeley tact and it doesn't apply to single-family homes, are we talking principally of large multifamily properties in our town? And is it really the case that those larger multifamily operators are making decisions on, the basis of criminal history, or do those more professional outfits have a more professional process? Sometimes the greatest, infractions of discrimination occur on a very unprofessional scale, on the smaller providers of housing. I would be more comfortable supporting this if it was more specific, understanding exactly how this would work. And then more importantly, where, we talked about, we had that other individual speak on how, our recommendation was going to fill a gap that the state law was leaving. It's almost astonishing to me that there's not a sort of a state policy on this. And I'm the sort of, anti-discrimination advocate that believes that policy like this should emanate from the largest political body it can, as opposed to jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Now maybe that's suggesting that I'm willing to wait longer, and this is not something we should wait on. I mean, again, like I said, this is a complicated issue. I would have been more comfortable if we had more references to other jurisdictions other than Berkeley, and although Berkeley maybe is a leader in this sort of policy area, and so maybe they are the jurisdiction we should be learning from. Let me ask this question: is the well, I'll just say one more thing. To me, if someone's inclined to discriminate against someone for criminal history, I don't know that not allowing them to do it in a first round makes it less likely either. And I will just add that, it's like there was the theater of COVID cleaning, right? And then there, where everybody was, temperature checks and wiping down, and you were like, oh, this must be safe then. And I, despite the previous statement that I think that optics make this hard to have a conversation around, because you don't want someone to suggest that you don't have empathy for this problem. I have another question, which is, does it actually solve the problem? Or is this just saying we're okay with the discrimination? We're not okay with the discrimination, but we know that it might be happening in round two. So this would be an example of, is this tool effective? this the allowing for specific background checks. Sorry. Likewise, some communities ban the box on the initial app, but allow checks for after tenant passes initial screening. So is the suggestion that Berkeley doesn't allow checks after the initial screening? And then my follow-up question would be, is there an impression that the only way you can check criminal background history is asking the applicant? Or are there tools and methods that allow landlords to check without the knowledge of the applicant, which means that it's happening, but it's happening without, I guess, I support the notion that we would not continue to allow discrimination of the sort that is envisioned here. I don't know that we have a tool here that, number one, does it effectively. And I wish that we had sort of a robust advocate that helped me understand the way people get around this, because I feel like there's allowance for that. So I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what to say about this.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I can respond, I think certainly any discrimination ordinance and rules certainly can be, avoided and not complied with. I mean, look at lending or any number of things where when we look at, they do tests, they submit names, they do applications, and they find that persons of color have higher interest rates or are not guaranteed for loans. So certainly discrimination in lending is outlawed, but we still see in the results that it does occur. How it's based, is it that, sometimes persons of color, do they have lower credentials? And we see that even when they have the same credentials as a white person, they may be denied some of the same opportunities. So I think concern about its impact is important and certainly notable. However, I don't know if that we would know that at this point, and without those kind of studies to look, essentially to do kind of testing of what do landlords do or look at the rates. And that's a level of detail I'm not sure that Berkeley's able to track, but perhaps they are able to. Again, it's tracking who's getting the units, and we'd have to know more about like the application, who even applies. We'd have to collect a lot more data than I think is feasible to collect from landlords to know its impact. I would ask, I don't know if Ms. Bigelow, you can speak more to the process in Berkeley in terms of what actually happens at what point in time in terms of the screening, what is allowed and what's not. And I know Mr. Reed came back on camera as well. He may have something additional to add to this topic. Lauren, do you know about the kind of screening process, like where that kind of gets into, at what point a landlord can look into and inquire about the criminal background at Berkeley?
I didn't speak with anybody specifically at Berkeley, so I can't tell you exactly what goes through that process other than the data that's outlined from Just Cities. But I certainly can if the commission is interested in me doing that.
I can speak very briefly to this. I appreciate Commissioner Alczak's comments. These are not silver bullets. The reason this is a discussion, actually, and it's happening all over the place, it is that we're creating sort of upfront barriers that are, they become sort of mandatory screeners because it's a shorthand. It's a way of filtering without engagement. And really the logic behind this is to change that, to say, let's meet face to face and talk to each other as people. And so you have an ability to assess me as a person in the way you would anybody else, as opposed to just, being put in the no pile. So does it mean that there isn't discrimination down the line? No, but it's intended to facilitate just the kind of sort of interpersonal interaction that makes that discrimination less likely. And it's like anything else. You don't pretend that it's going to solve all of the problems, but you can also acknowledge that it's an important change in the structure of the system and the process and the relationship, and that's actually what the intent is. So the substantive impact is actually simpler than the complexity of the follow-up checks. It's really just to make sure that there's an interpersonal engagement around that relationship before people just get put in the no pile.
Commissioner Olczak, were your questions answered?
Yeah, I do. I want a quick follow-up question, if you don't mind. That was interesting first of all, what you said spoke to me. This idea of getting someone in a room with someone else before they've had the impression poison's not the right word, but, impacted in a negative way, prematurely, if you will. If that's common practice in Palo Alto, where applications are submitted before individuals meet, then this makes sense, and I'll support it because of the goal, the implicit attempt to improve the situation in any regard, moving the needle in any direction, in the right direction, even if it's not significant. My practice in the Bay Area has been a little different. I think a lot of prospective tenants visit a site before asking for an application. They'll typically receive an application during a tour. And so, but that doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't happen, and it couldn't improve the situation. And my hope is actually that process in and of itself improves the chances, because that is the more common practice, certainly with the more professional outfits that have on-site managers, which I assume the Berkeley one applies to, since it doesn't apply to single family homes, that they're likely doing tours and having, a packet. And I guess one of my biggest concerns is that I wonder what who the largest offenders of this sort of situation are. Is it the larger providers of housing, or is it the smaller outfits that are not in the business of providing housing? And in our community, that's a significant share of our housing. And so I guess the question is what logic would, I guess the question is, what's the logic between not extending it to single family homes? What right are you preserving for the single family homeowner that you think the larger property owner doesn't deserve? And I ask that question kind of pointedly because if using your sort of rubric of what this does, seems like we should apply it to every single housing unit in the city. And it almost astonishes me that Berkeley didn't do that. What were their grounds? And by the way, before anybody amends the motion, I'd want to know, when they did this discussion at the city council in Berkeley, why didn't they apply it to single family homes? Because maybe there is a good answer and I just don't see it, or we don't have it. And so I'll support the motion. It makes sense to improve this situation, but I'm hoping that my fellow commissioners and maybe members of staff will realize that when they bring this to city council, those are questions that they should know the answers to right away. They should have the minutes for the Berkeley meeting so they know exactly why they excluded single family homes, which the logic defies me at the current moment.
I thank you for that, Commissioner. I think that's certainly something we can look to as we go to City Council. I think it's a great point. We can look at Berkeley's rationale, oftentimes, generally speaking, a rationale for excluding single family. And, we could even look at excluding single family that's not part of a corporation or an LLC. I think for many years, there was a perception and perhaps a reality that single family homes weren't rented at the same rates as multifamily, and that they're more likely to be, let's say, accidental landlords. Maybe I have a starter home and I bought a new house, but I'm renting out my old one. And that's the extent of my rental portfolio is my old house. And so I think that's kind of the idea, but I think it's certainly, to your point, bears we're looking into and seeing if we can broaden, where does this apply? And if that's really the rationale, maybe there's a way we can really set those folks aside, or to your point, that they still, if they're just evaluating somebody and meeting a tenant, they can still decide that's not the tenant for them. So why have the restriction in place? I think it's a great point. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma.
I have to say, as a maker of a motion, I went with the staff recommendation because I thought it would be the most palatable to most of my colleagues. But I would entertain broadening it, as Commissioner Olczak said, through friendly amendments, or as I pointed out before, it says similar to Berkeley. So if staff felt there were some refinements that needed to be made before it goes to council, there is an option to that. But I'm open to friendly amendments. I just think this is such an important thing to do. I didn't want to risk going appearing too extreme and broadening this, but I'm totally open to it.
Mr. Chang.
So I'd say that I am in favor of the wording as is, where if staff has there's the latitude to be able to change things if necessary. But I also think that there's a huge advantage to regional consistency for something like this. Secondly, I completely support this, but what I don't want to happen, and I'm working off of anecdotal evidence. I have a neighbor who was not living in their house for a couple years. They didn't need to rent it, so they didn't. And I don't want to give anybody any excuse to not rent it if they're kind of right, because we need more housing. That's our big challenge. So if other jurisdictions, I mean, I would love to find out also what were the reasons for these carve outs. But I could see somebody saying, well, I am biased against this. And if I'm going to be subject to that, it's just not worth it to me, because it already wasn't worth it to them. Actually, on our street, there are several houses that are vacant. I don't know what the story is behind all of them. And so I wouldn't want to create an additional hurdle. And so for those two reasons, I think it's a good idea to kind of keep the motion as is, but then allow that latitude so that if staff does more investigation and finds out additional information for where it might make sense to cover even more properties, then that would be great. That's it.
I guess I will chime in at this point. So what we have really in front of us, the model, if you will, for this fair chance ordinance, is we have 4 models from Seattle, Portland, Berkeley, and Oakland, which are 4 cities that are undeniably more progressive than we are. And I don't have a problem becoming more progressive on this issue. Frankly, I think it's kind of cool that we would step up and do that. But I am really concerned about thinking that we know better than these people who are kind of in the business of being progressive about these carve-outs regarding single-family homes. Because when you look at the table that was provided, by Just Cities, you see all 4 of them have these carve-outs. And before I'd even suggest that we think about something different, I'd want that fully vetted to know why all 4 of these, which didn't, again, I think Oakland and Berkeley probably built on each other, but I don't know that Seattle and Portland, which kind of have a different but similar rubric, I don't know that they were the same. So I wouldn't want to wander there. And I'm not really comfortable with this language in the staff recommendation, similar to, if it means that after this leaves us, staff could add something as dramatic as, oh, and this applies to single family homes. And in fact, so I wanted to ask about that language, similar to, because we have the Berkeley ordinance, and I was wondering if staff right now knew of any change that it was thinking it would want to make to the Berkeley ordinance, so that it's similar to rather than identical to.
I don't believe there are any changes. I think my comments were more directed kind of towards what perhaps Commissioner Suma said, which is if the commission wants to give us further direction, that we could accept that and carry that forward.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Alchek.
So yeah, I'm going to make a friendly amendment here. I don't think it's our job to try to figure out what's politically consumable. If the rationale is that these other examples are, here's my theory on why Berkeley didn't do it. Because a greater percentage of homeowners probably vote. And it's easier for someone to say, yeah, that apartment building, they should allow former convicts to rent, and it's wrong to stop them. But it's a little harder for someone to get behind it on their street where there are 4 homes empty. And I think we shouldn't say to ourselves, well, maybe it wouldn't get the, I think we should recommend what makes logical sense to the city council. And the city council has to grapple with the politics of the demographics here. I completely agree with you that the cities that are examples here are far more progressive than us. Under that logic, I wouldn't recommend a more palatable solution. I would recommend the right solution. And if in the absence of a good reason why it shouldn't apply to a single family home, then I think the right thing to do would be to suggest that it does. And then our city council can grapple with the politics of that. But at first, I was not going to support the motion. At first, when Commissioner Suma suggested she was looking for an amendment, I was like, well, you know what? I just said I didn't want to make a change just yet because I wanted to hear the logic. But then when I heard your comment, Chair Heckman, I realized, you know what? If the logic isn't readily available and I can't figure one good reason why my neighbor should theoretically, this is theoretical because I don't know that he would, but theoretically have a discriminatory rental practice, I'm not discouraging my neighbor from renting his home because I'm asking him not to discriminate against people who've been formerly incarcerated, which our data shows is largely individuals of minorities. I'm asking my neighbor to be a better person. And I'm demonstrating to the community that our city believes so much in that we're willing to make it law. And so if there's a neighbor here who is so financially secure that they can just leave their house blank, well, they're going to. And if they're not, then they're going to rent it in a non-discriminatory way. So with that, I would suggest that I would like to make a friendly amendment that the exception to single family homes makes we shouldn't have an exception for single family homes. This should apply to all rental units if we think that this policy makes sense.
We have a proposed friendly amendment. Maker of the motion.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Olczyk, because I agree with you, but I don't know that I can risk having this fail by adding that in now. And I think that the council, when it goes to them, will have your very well put words to read, and they may in fact decide to change it. But as you and Chair Heckman have said, Palo Alto is not as progressive a place as either of the 4 examples. So I feel what you're saying, and I think it's probably the right thing to do, but I think it's probably moving too far in one step for most of my colleagues tonight. And so I think I will have to, despite my feelings, I think I will have to not accept it.
Okay, friendly amendments declined. Any other commissioners have comments to make before a roll call vote? Vice Chair Rupavar.
I just wanted to say, I seconded, I'm supportive of this motion, but I would be supportive of a motion where this applied to all single family homes as well, and going all the way on this. Just gonna throw that out there. But I did second this motion. I want something to pass, but I don't think we should be shy to take this head on. Though I recognize maybe it's not the right city, but throwing that out there.
Commissioner Heckman, would you mind just clarifying that if the motion didn't pass, we could remake the motion? So it's not as if we only get one shot at this.
So if I think what Commissioner Olczyk is saying is if the friendly amendment were accepted and the motion put on the floor and the motion failed, still have to make some motion about what recommendation we were going to make on fair chance. So with that knowledge, does anyone have anything further to say on this motion before a roll call vote? I don't see any hands, so Ms. Klicheva, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
No.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar,
No.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-2.
All right, thank you. So we have 3 more items that are part of this agenda item 3, but it's 10:15, and so I want to do.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Commissioner Heckman, I got to speak to the, I have to speak to the no vote.
Me too. Yeah.
The optic, I think the optics here are challenging, so I want to have a chance.
Okay, let me, so I have, well, I thought your hand was up, but now it's down. So Commissioner Alchek, I'm sorry to jump the process on the no votes. So we'll go with Commissioner Alchek first and then Vice Chair Rupervar on your no votes.
Yeah, thank you. So the message that I hope council hears is that there was interest in a sort of a more expansive version of this. And that that at least my vote against it was in the interest of encouraging a broader application of this policy. And I am a little dismayed that we didn't get a chance to do that. I do appreciate, though, that the optics are so challenging that I didn't repropose the friendly amendment because I don't want to put someone in a position to vote against that version. But I think there might have been a chance that it could have passed, and I hope that the staff would consider if they bring the commission motion to the city council, that they still provide any background they have on the logic for the exclusion of single-family homes, including if the logic was political in nature. Because I think that even if that's the case, if you shed light on it, it could encourage people to support the change if they know that the only reason why it wasn't supported was basically politics. So.
Vice Chair Rupervar. Vice Chair Rupervar.
Same rationale. I'm actually pretty disappointed, and I've never said this to this commission before, but I'm pretty disappointed we didn't go further. If we're going to talk the talk, we should walk the walk, and you know, we can, you know, do BLM and whatnot all across our city streets, but we're not willing to take it a step further. There is nothing that I heard tonight that explained to me why there's this arbitrary line between, you know, what we're proposing now and why it can't be expanded to single family kind of residential homes. It feels very, I'm just going to say it, NIMBY-ish to me. Yeah, I don't want it because it's like a single family home and on my street, but so I'll just leave it at that. And I do hope that, you know, the rationale is explained to city council and they have an opportunity to think about it or explain why it should not be expanded to single family homes other than the fact, well, other cities haven't done it. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that commissioners that want to make an additional motion on this point might be able to. I guess we could check with our legal advisor, but I think that the point has been taken regardless of how the motion was over-specified or under-specified, that staff, when it presents to council, can bring the additional information that we lack tonight and wouldn't be able to base our votes on tonight. So I think it's understandable that some of our commission is frustrated that we don't have the data and that we weren't able to be more specific. But I think we have given the feedback to staff, and I have good faith that they will present a more well-rounded and data-oriented take on this when they go to council. So I'm not as frustrated as some of my colleagues, and I think that we have gotten through. Thank you.
Certainly, I do
All right.
believe if we did want another motion, there could be one, but we don't necessarily need it, as the Commissioner Templeton said, to convey the substance of the motion and discussion from the PTC to the council.
All right. So we have 3 more items. So the remainder of tonight's agenda is 3 more items on the renter protection, which may go quickly or not. And then a discussion of the committee handbook, the boards, commissions, and committee handbook. It's 10:20. And so I'd like to have a check-in with the commissioners to see what your appetite is for going further tonight, or continuing these items, one or both of these items, to a future PTC. Commissioner Templeton. You're muted.
I am muted. I am fine with continuing these items to a future meeting. I think we've had a lot of substantive discussion tonight, passionate discussion, and not sure that how many more hours of productivity we have in us.
Commissioner Olczak.
Yeah, I would very much like to do these items tonight. We seem to be diminishing levels of controversy as we continue. That the last item, for example, it wasn't a unanimous vote, but I think all of us were on the same page. And I think the last couple issues are less complicated. I would really like to continue so that this doesn't become a 3-meeting item.
Any other commissioners want to weigh in? Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, I think for sure we should finish this item, and then maybe we're really close. And then maybe we can see how the majority of the commission feels about the handbook item.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, given that items 8 and 9 are not even recommended by staff, we may only have one substantive issue. So I'd support finishing this tonight so it's done and it can start to get ready for council. I do not think we should move on to the handbook item because I don't think it's a 15-minute item. It was mentioned last week that your pre-meeting went very, very long. And I think there are actually some substantive issues in there that we should talk about. So I don't think we should tackle that tonight.
Okay, not seeing any other hands up. I would like to finish the current item, and then as Commissioner Suma, I think, suggested, when we get to the end of the next item, then let's talk about the handbook and whether to put that off. So let's move on to right to counsel. Ms. Bigelow.
Okie dokie. So the basic notion here is that a significant amount of renters don't have legal representation when they go to court. 2015 study said 98% was the amount. This builds off of Palo Alto's existing mediation, and our recommendation is not to pursue this particular entity right now because of its high cost. The cost of providing legal services to many, many renters is large. We do suggest that Palo Alto finds a way to endorse the housing court initiative that is being pursued at the county level in Santa Clara County, and also to direct state lobbyists to endorse AB 1487, which is a spot bill to help set up funding for jurisdictions that want to pursue right to counsel.
All right, thank you. I guess a question of staff. If we followed the staff recommendation and the council agreed, how does that play out? Does the council authorize, does the council officially endorse this housing court initiative? Do we have a state lobbyist?
Great questions. We do have a state lobbyist, and so this would be part of the legislative packet or kind of agenda that the lobbyist lobbies for on this behalf of the city. And then as far as endorsing, that could look like a letter to perhaps the court, and also I think it's a bit of a campaign of peer pressure, I would say, where, as you well know, the court is not beholden to the supervisors and they can kind of set up their own rules, I believe I understand. And so it's really trying to encourage the county court system, which had been talking about this, and Mr. Reed may be able to talk to it more. And there's some resistance and some reluctance. And so it's just kind of saying, you know, hey, we all think that this would be a good idea, and perhaps writing to the supervisor, writing to the court, encouraging them to pursue this further. Mr. Reed, do you have any further update on kind of how that initiative maybe is or isn't going to establish the housing court initiative at the county?
Yeah, yes, I think you had it exactly right. Some institutions institutional change works differently in different places, and so that's a real challenge. The intent is to create a space prior to standing in front of a judge to discuss resolution, and it's optional in some places. It's a service that's available. The goal would be for it to be a formal part of the process. It's been highly effective in other places. I would just point out, this is when this became a topic of discussion. It was before we were facing down what is going to be a torrential process for the courts. And so it's actually incredibly timely, because it may provide an outlet for the court not to be overwhelmed by the amount of activity. So it can serve multiple functions. There's an ongoing discussion between the county and the city of San Jose and the court, and it's an ongoing discussion. And I think weighing in on that discussion would only be constructive.
All right, thank you. Lightning round. Commissioners. Commissioner Chang.
So I'm a huge supporter of this, because as we spoke about throughout the 2 nights, we've addressed all the other points before this. Most of the things do not have teeth, because when a tenant is in trouble and they're rent burdened, there's no recourse, right? They can't hire a lawyer and go through all that process. So I think it's extraordinarily, if we believe in all the prior motions that we've made, we need to make sure that they are enforceable. And since we can't do it on our own because it's cost prohibitive, I am in support of this proposal by staff.
Mr. Olchek.
I would say that I'm conflicted on this one, not actually conflicted, but I've conflicted thoughts on this one, because it's not, first of all, there's on one hand, I feel like we have asked a lot of our housing providers this year. They're not only weathering a difficult storm, but we've taken some of the tools by which they can enforce the payment of rent, namely the eviction moratorium on them. And there's no seeming end in sight. for that. And there is a process now where if a person is still a tenant, the state can provide some funds to fill the gap between what that tenant has not paid to their landlord. I am aware of that, but my concern isn't so much that an individual who should be represented can't get representation. It's sort of the ancillary point to what Mr. Reed said, which is that somehow that requirement would slow access down. And if there are individuals that are failing to contribute, let's say, and a landlord can't get them out, and they have to now wait in a much longer line because of this requirement, then that burden shifts. The burden of access to justice sort of shifts in a direction that I think some could argue, well, they're in a better situation to endure, but we don't know that. Actually, there isn't a clear indication that this would apply only to big boys and not to the small providers of housing, which we know in our community is a large number of people. And even more so, I think maybe the people in our community are more capable of weathering time for justice, but maybe other communities where this happens aren't. And so sort of pushing the whole state in this direction, there are other tools. Some cities require like mediation, processes for eviction, or have a different sort of process for handling tenant landlord disputes that may be more, that may be more appropriate. And so I feel like this is just saying, oh, of course we support this. This is a good thing, but maybe there are alternatives that are more appropriate. And so I'm not sure about this one. I mean, of course I like the idea of it. I don't know that it's necessarily the perfect solution. And I'm not suggesting that it has to be a perfect solution, but I don't even know if it's a good solution.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I think that this is a big problem for tenants and a sad problem because they can't afford it. And there's no prompt way to do it. So in the absence of any other alternatives, I think this is a pretty good start. What I would add to this, and I'm not sure how much action the city can take, but I would like to see some pro bono attorneys involved in hooking up with the city, offering services on some of this. And so if there's a way we could encourage that as part of the motion to help folks out, that'd be great. I do think it's good to do it regionally and to get the visibility as is being suggested here. And I'm not seeing any other great alternatives. So I think it's a good place to start.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioners Chang and Lowing that this is a pretty good thing. And I'm not, it's hard, it's frustrating to me that a lot of what we've done tonight, and Commissioner Chang mentioned this, doesn't have any legal recourse unless the tenant has the resources to pursue that themselves. And there are 11 at-fault reasons for eviction and 4 no-fault eviction. And I think this is pretty important. And if there was a way to make a recommendation, as Commissioner Lowing just said, some sort of pro bono program that we could get people interested in Palo Alto, I think that would be, that would also be interesting to me. So yeah, I will be supporting the staff recommendation.
Chair Rupivar.
I'm definitely supportive of this motion. Just as an attorney, like, legal services have become a luxury. Unless you're pretty darn wealthy, you're not going to be able to afford an attorney. And I've seen it time and time again with like landlord tenant issues where tenants just give up because it's cost prohibitive. So 100%, I think, I would be supportive of this. Unfortunately, it sounds like we don't have the funds to establish it ourselves, but we, can link up with the city or county or use whatever legislative efforts we have to maybe establish this more on a county or state level. And I would also suggest, a lot of pro bono work comes out of major law firms. So to the extent that we could partner with, a Latham or a Greenberg or any of those major law firms to see if this is something they would work with the city on, and provide, counsel or whatnot to help out, that would be great, because law firms do have quotas, specifically larger law firms, of pro bono hours that they want their attorneys to meet. And that's where you're going to, I think, unlock talented resources to support. So that's an idea to think about.
Commissioner Templeton.
I just wanted to say I also support the staff recommendation on this one.
Thank you. I support the staff recommendation on this, and just wanted to share an experience. When I was in law school in San Francisco, we had something that I think was called the Tenant Assistance Clinic. And it was staffed by law students, typically I think second and third year law students, under the guidance of a licensed lawyer who had gotten permission from the San Francisco Superior Court that these law students had like a provisional permission to represent tenants in that forum. And frankly, there's a commonality to these issues, and you really don't need to be Clarence Darrow to argue them. And my impression was that clinic did a lot of good. We've got a pretty good law school across El Camino, and I'm wondering if there's ever been a dialogue with them about getting their law students involved in this capacity.
I appreciate the friendly rivalry of law schools. I think Stanford is pretty okay, probably. I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't really know. But with that, I would say, I think it sounds like an interesting idea. I don't know, Matthew, if you are aware of similar clinics that might be operating in our county, or certainly in there are many across the country, but that might be something to explore with the Law Foundation or others who are already working with in legal services.
There are not. I'll just go back. Part of the function of the state bill is to sort of find excess money and help to fund some of that work. It's not actually it's not enough to actually meet the full needs, but it's a program that would help fund that. I'm pleased that was the experience in San Francisco. We don't have that. Ironically, I'll just share briefly, there are professional mediators who would love to volunteer to be part of this collaborative court idea. And apparently there's a real deep bench of folks in that, but it's hard to get, otherwise well remunerated professionals to come in and do pro bono work that is not, as you said, it's not it's not rocket science. It may or may not build your courtroom experience in the way that other types of pro bono work do, I think, is the challenge.
Our attorney, Mr. Yang, has let me know that Stanford does send students to the Community Legal Services of East Palo Alto. So perhaps that's a place to explore. Not that we want to, necessarily send our residents there, but especially if we are talking about folks who have lower incomes, that might be within the service provisions of what that legal services tries to provide, even though we're across the county and city lines from them. So that's a great suggestion.
Commissioner Elchek, your hand is up.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. I was going to say that if you, it's called the Housing Pro Bono Project, actually, and Stanford has it, and UC Davis, where I went to law school, has it. And I'm almost positive almost every law school in California has a program like that. And, look, interestingly, I worked at a very large law firm also, and my pro bono work was in land use and facilitating jurisdictions north of the Golden Gate in amending their housing element so that they could produce affordable housing. I think one of the things I would just like to add here is it's not that simple as just like find some attorneys and get them to do pro bono. There are a lot of underrepresented issues. And attorneys typically will pursue the ones that are of interest to them, that they have some skills in. And look, I'll support this motion. I appreciate the concept, but I also think that it's probably a mistake to say that we've considered the issue and here's how we feel and we're done. We do have some control inside of Palo Alto, and maybe what you're really saying is, first of all, let me say this. I think a significantly large proportion of renter-landlord relationships don't rise to the level of friction that brings them to court. So we're talking about, those that do, and it is an issue, the access to representation. But a different question would be, do we want to encourage staff to consider or to ask City Council if they want to consider alternative programs that provide tenants with some eviction safeguards, like mandatory mediation, where you do have a representative in the room. And so this seems to me like we can't pay for it in our community. We think you should do this. But I actually think maybe the better thing would just be to say, in conjunction with all the other stuff staff is doing related to these items, present tools that enhance renters' ability to represent their interests in court. And maybe there's a more diverse set. I think that would be a better motion than this one, to be frank. And that's where I would do if I was making a motion. If there's support for it, I'll make it.
So there is no current motion on the floor. That I recall, Commissioner Lowey.
Yes, I wanted to correct that vacancy there. I would like to move the staff motion of right to counsel items 1, endorse the concept of right to counsel, 2, advocate to the county, et cetera, as it's written, 3, support legislative efforts to fund right to counsel AB 1487, and add 4, establish partnerships with pro bono legal services for Palo Alto tenants. So that would cover the discussion that we've had about reaching out to partners and availing our residents of those services, which seem to have a pretty common hit a soft spot with that idea, I think so.
We have a motion. Commissioner Suma, your hand was already up. Are you interested in seconding?
I will second, and I had a question, if I can add it now for staff. And I think I read in our staff report, I can't find it right now. I believe that mediation is mandatory in Palo Alto if requested by either party. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. So second.
Okay. Commissioner Lowing, want to speak further to your motion?
No, I think I've summarized it and we've had a good discussion on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, your second?
I don't think I need to add anything.
Any other commissioners want to discuss the motion? I see no hands. Ms. Klicheva, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupert,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0. 7-0.
Thank you. Let's move to item 8, Ms. Bigelow.
Absolutely. So TOPA COPA is the Tenant or Community Opportunity to Purchase Act. And that essentially is a way for residents to be notified when a landlord is selling the property so that they can organize a way to purchase it. The risk is, or the impact is for any folks who are at risk of displacement due to sales. But it seems like the feasibility is low due to the fact that cost of entry for Palo Alto properties is remarkably high. And we're talking about wanting to protect low-income renters. So our recommendation was not to pursue it at this time.
Thank you. Any questions on this item before the lightning round? Commissioner
Yes.
Templeton, your hand is up, so you can do either.
Oh, okay, great. I have questions. Is there some limitation on this if we were to recommend it? Are you thinking of only certain types of properties or?
No, there could be any limitations if the commission did choose that. You know, it could be multifamily. You could designate a unit count above or below, or all properties if that were the case. And we're happy to explain more about these different types of legislations that other cities have passed if there are questions about it.
Okay, and the cost in millions is not to the city or to the property owner, right? That's potential
Yeah, it should probably
cost
be
to the.
amended to say low cost for the city, high cost for it to be actualized.
So
in order for folks to take advantage of it.
Okay, okay. So are other cities doing this?
Other cities are doing it. I will say, I would say, staff isn't like vehemently opposed to it. But when we look at the other pieces of legislation that we've already been directed, at least from the PTC, to recommend bringing in ordinances, this would probably be the lowest impact. So if it were to be supported by the commission, we think it should be kind of probably last on the list of things to take up in terms of priority.
Okay.
In part, what you do see in some communities, I think Washington, D.C., in my limited opinion, is one of the stronger cities that has both the ordinance and a system of organizing tenants and funding the purchase of the buildings to actually have this be meaningful to preserve tenants in their homes. Otherwise, it's just a nice opportunity that maybe some well-off tenants can take advantage of.
So is it specifically multifamily housing that this is intended for?
Typically, that is the focus.
I see. And then the cost to implement it would be the cost of a stamp for the owners, or?
So some cities have it, and I know Matthew has experience with this as well. Some cities have it that it's like kind of could be a right of first refusal. So the property goes on the market. There's a certain time window, 30 days, 60 days, 45 days, in which the tenant or the community, depending on kind of how the legislation is structured. So it could be the tenants in the building, could be a nonprofit housing provider or housing developer and operator, has the opportunity to come in with a bid for that property that sometimes it has to either meet market rate or based on appraisal, or if there is an offer from someone else, the tenant or the community has the opportunity to match that. So it can be structured in different ways, but essentially it creates a window of time in which that tenant or community partner can make a bid to compete for that property.
So, all right, I'm going to shift to my lightning round then and say that I think this has a lot of potential to be a game changer. A lot of turnover we're experiencing in Palo Alto, especially in rental of smaller properties or single family homes, is that the property transfers, possibly, because of a death or someone leaving, and then the tenant has to leave because they're changing ownership. And so it's interesting to think about, could this provide a layer of stability for Palo Alto because of our unique type of rental market? So if indeed the cost is low to the city and low to the landlords, I think it could have a pretty good upside for the buyers who would benefit, would be able to stay if they had enough notice time to start pulling their financing together. That is to also agree with you that it probably wouldn't help some of our community members that have lower income. So that's the downside. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Alchek.
I sort of feel two ways about this. I sort of agree with Commissioner Templeton that this could, if this doesn't become a actual cost or administrative burden for the city, I can see the value in it, especially when I think of so many, we have two totally different types of renters. We have some kind of people that don't stay here long. And then we have people that stay in the same places for years and years as renters. And during that time, they may have been able to accumulate a down payment. And oftentimes, because of the value of property in Palo Alto, oftentimes these properties are owned by people that live very far away across the country or something. And the tenants don't even know the name of the property owner. They just know the management firm. So given that the actual cost and the administrative burden to the city would be really low, I don't see how this hurts. And if it resulted in a few happy stories, I can see the value in it.
Thank you. Lightning round comments, Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, I'll be as quick as I can. I think I can't support this one. It seems a little half-baked. Data that I would want to have, I would definitely want to better understand from a broker's perspective how this, would impact the process. I think that the example given made it sound like it didn't apply to single family homes, that this was sort of a larger I've heard about this in the perspective of a mobile home park. I feel like that happened locally and we saw that play out. And I've also heard stories where the renters buy homes from their landlords locally also. So I know it happens informally. I just think there's a marketplace, and it'd probably be good to hear from the people who administer that marketplace, which in California are the brokers, before we would sort of recommend this. So I wouldn't encourage council to pursue a policy that I can't wrap my hand around.
Vice Chair Rupavar.
I'm just struggling with, thinking through how this would actually be implemented, because if it's a ROFR and you're like a right of first refusal and you're offering the property to the tenants before you test it on the market, you don't know the market price. Like, you're not given the opportunity to see, what the price comes in at the market. I think practically speaking, it's a bit odd. Like, I've seen this work in the context where, the tenants can price match whatever the landlord is able to get on the market, and they have the right to meet the same conditions and take over the property or take over purchase of the property. But this is proposing the tenants have the right to buy it before it's even on the open market. So how would you set that price? Would the landlord come in and be like, I think it incentivizes landlords to say, okay, even though their property is worth 5, they can say, I want 7. Or you get into this battle of appraisers as to, my appraiser says it's this much, yours says it's that much. Let's bring in a third party. I just don't see how this is going to work from a practical perspective. So I can't support it unless I get some sort of greater clarity from staff.
Mr. Reed, do you have some response? You're muted.
Yeah, I'd like to ask your actual staff if they are interested in having this conversation. I can help to shed some light on some of these questions. I recognize the frustration. I think they haven't recommended it. It's almost 11 o'clock. I don't want to abuse I could talk about this all night. I'm here, but I don't want to abuse that privilege. So
Certainly there's no conflict from us. I do think we're still in the lightning round. So I don't know, Chair, if you want us to come back to those questions from the Vice Chair after that.
I do.
I
do.
apologize.
No, I'm glad you spoke up to let us know that you're available when we get through the lightning round. Let's see. Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand up, but we're gonna
Yeah, we can go later. I had a response as well to Vice Chair.
yeah, we're gonna leap over you to Commissioner Lowing for the lightning round, and then Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I definitely see both sides of this argument. But I had understood from staff that in light of the other high priorities, this is one that they probably didn't want council to spend much time on. And because it would be de minimis impact. I also agree with Commissioner Olchek and Rupavar that we kind of don't know what we're doing here. So making a decision to go forward with this without the data and with staff saying we don't want to do it because of council priorities, I'm a little bit uncomfortable. So I guess where I would say to kind of split the baby is that, if there's an interest in looking at this, I think that we would have to ask staff to come back with a little bit more data to explain, how this would work, how much work would be involved in processing it, and that it's got to get to a litigation and so on. I mean, not litigation, sorry, to an ordinance.
Commissioner Chang.
Exactly what Ed said. But I guess from my perspective, it seems like while it may not be expensive, it's not going to help that many people in terms of the overall goal of all of these protections, which is to help rent and burden folks. It doesn't sound like there's much of a downside necessarily of having it, provided it's written correctly. And I don't think that we have, because this wasn't a staff recommendation, I don't think we have enough information to make sure that any motion that we make would be written correctly. And so I would say, like, if we don't want to say we reject the idea, I would say then that we should table it for the future. It's clearly lower priority than everything else. So that's what I would say.
So I have a couple of questions. First one, sentence in our staff report says TOPA-COPA ordinances are being explored by several neighboring jurisdictions as a means of stabilizing the community. I thought I heard in response to Commissioner Templeton's question earlier, Ms. Tanner, you may have said that several jurisdictions are doing it. And I'm actually moving forward with this rather than exploring it. So I would like some clarification on where neighboring jurisdictions are. Are they implementing or exploring?
Some are implementing, some are exploring. So San Francisco does have this policy in place. I think Berkeley and San Jose are pretty far towards exploring it. I think that they're wanting to do it and figuring out how might be a way to phrase it. Like they agree that they want to do it as a city, and it's more kind of figuring out the policy. Mr. Reed or Ms. Bigelow, any other cities that may be in our region that are either already have it in place or exploring it?
East Palo Alto is exploring it as well. TOPA-COPA has become a topic of great interest to a lot of folks in my fellowship. And so it has been picked up by several of those jurisdictions as something that they've wanted to explore. But I can't think of others that already have it. So I bow to Mr. Reed to see if he can come up with other names as well.
I think he's shaking his head no. So those are the neighboring that have either are far down the road or have it implemented.
All right, so it does sound like it's a mixed bag. Some are exploring, but some are actually moving forward. All right, my second question is, I've heard at least 3 commissioners say that this would be low cost, but the slide I'm looking at on the screen right now says cost estimated in millions. So I feel like I missed a comment somewhere. What did I miss?
Yeah, I think that probably would be more accurate, that the estimated cost actualize this is in the millions. In terms of if folks are actually going to purchase the properties, the cost would be pretty high to have an impact. The cost to the city to write the legislation and the ordinance is obviously the cost of staff time is pretty low on the city's side. So this might be a little bit of a misrepresentation on the slide. We apologize.
Thank you for that clarification. So my lightning round is I don't, in my work, I don't like rights of first refusal, rights of first offer. I think they chill the market, they hurt the property owner. I'm not supportive of them here, so I am supportive of staff's recommendation. Okay, so that's our lightning round. Commissioner Templeton, your hand has been up, and so I'm happy to. I wanted to remind you that Mr. Reed has offered to provide some input if we want it, and I'm going to open the floor to you and take it in any direction you want.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to make a pitch to all of those who have spoken about this to try and share a vision of how this could be really cool for Palo Alto and really low cost. And we did talk about that line item is incorrect. It is very low cost to the property owner and low cost to the city. The capital that someone would need to raise to purchase property in Palo Alto is probably very high. But the implementation question that Vice Chair Rupavar and some others brought up, what if instead of making a bid, doing first refusal and all these other problematic approaches, what if we simply recommended that a property owner notify the tenants 30 days before the sale? That gives them time to shop the market, but also gives the tenants or potentially a nonprofit housing association time to pull that capital together. And I think, I'd be interested to hear your comments, those of you who thought it might hurt the property owner. I think this might be a good compromise, and it might be the most expedient way to get affordable housing in Palo Alto, is to make sure that time on the market is sufficient for us to get in there. Because one of the challenges that we have had in our community is that our time on market is very, very small. And so it's hard to pull together capital through some of our affordable housing nonprofits. But if we had more time, that might change the calculus there. So that's where I'm thinking and how it could be feasible, not harm the property owner, and benefit Palo Alto by providing a potential source of affordable housing with our existing market without changing the footprint or shape of our community. Thank you.
Other commissioners, we are past the lightning round. Commissioner Olczak, followed by Commissioner. Oh, no.
No. I want to talk.
Okay.
Sorry. I was just lowering my hand so that I always forget to do that. I just want to say this. In the interest of time, I won't support. I don't think we should support this at this time. This is a classic example of sort of, in my opinion, of like trying to sort of come to an answer for something that I don't have a lot of context for. So the same comment I made earlier, I would, before I would even try to craft language, I would want to have a conversation. I would want staff to have a conversation with the individuals who administer this process, brokerages, that do multifamily housing to some extent, and also brokerages that do smaller duplex kind of housing, and just understand like how this would work. They might have a solution that's better than the one that we aren't, that we could come up with. So I don't know if this is considered an offensive term. It's half baked in my mind. Like this is good, but it's not ready for prime time. And I think there's no shame in just saying, okay, we've got a lot of big priorities here. Let's set this one aside. So I'd like to move to the next item. Do we need a motion to not recommend?
you could have a motion to concur with the staff recommendation, which is to not pursue it.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I will make a motion that we not advance any recommendation in concurrence with staff. Is that right? Okay.
Okay, we have, Ms. Tanner, your hand is up.
I just wanted to offer, I think a couple commissioners have mentioned not ready for legislation. Just want to be clear, none of these items are going to the council as legislation. We are going to take the council, your recommendations to either pursue or not pursue these conceptual ideas. Then based on their direction, legislation would be drafted that would return to you all. So if you, just to say, not to try to challenge the motion, but just want to be clear what the next step is for all of these items, and that some type of, if you did want to support this idea in concept, that it's not going to go forward to the council as legislation at this time.
If I could just clarify, I think my motion, the idea and intent behind it is to some extent prioritization. There's a lot on the plate. Adding to the plate, even good ideas, make all the ideas less of a priority. And so it's not so much that I think that you haven't presented a solid thing for us to stand on. It's that this isn't a policy that I think is worth spending the finite amount of time you do have at this current moment. I just don't think it's an issue in our city to the extent that it might be in other jurisdictions like Washington, D.C. maybe, but I don't even know. So that was the impetus.
So we have a motion, but we don't yet have a second. I will second for purposes of discussion and recognize Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I was hoping to hear some feedback on my idea before we got to a motion. So if this motion fails, I will recommend that we ask staff to go forward with a general concept and come back to us with much more detail so that we can refine it. Thank you. Oh, and I'd still like to hear from others about the idea, but I guess that's after this motion has been handled.
So Commissioner Olczak, have you spoken to your motion? I think you did. All right, I'm going to speak to my second, and in doing that, I'm going to provide some feedback on Commissioner Templeton's suggestion. I guess what I would say is again, these are restraints on the sale of property if they're done that they have any kind of meaning, and it's really a lot more complicated than to provide any kind of right with sufficient timing. It's more complicated than just, oh, give us a notice 30 days before you're going to sell. I mean, you're going to get that notice when they put the big sign out front for sale. So this is, it's a more complicated issue, and I just think it's an area that we should not wade into at this time. So that's why I'll be supporting this motion to not wade into it at this time. Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Lowey.
Sure, and I'll kind of comment on this motion and also respond to Commissioner Templeton. I think Commissioner Templeton's idea was to purchase homes or units, I should say, through this program for below market rate housing. Is that what you were suggesting?
Potentially, I don't think we can restrict who could purchase the property, but if we give a sufficient amount of time, that would allow our below market rate and affordable housing organizations an opportunity to pull together the funds and make a bid. So I think we can't guarantee that they'll win, but we could potentially set ourselves up to have more properties go under their management through a process like this.
Yeah, so then there would be BMR. I think it's a very interesting idea, but maybe, I don't know if Topa Copa can even be used this way. If it's on, it sounds like you would be giving the advanced notification to affordable housing providers. It's a really good idea. It's creative, but I'm beginning to think we don't know. I agree with some of my other colleagues that we don't have enough details about this tonight, and that staff wasn't very interested in pursuing it. And given that we've asked them to pursue all these other things, I'm kind of leaning towards asking staff to supporting the motion and asking staff to come back to this at some time in the future, because we just had two little skinny paragraphs here and there was no discussion of first right of refusal or how long, what duration, or any of the details. So it is very hard to imagine pursuing this right now for me, even though I think your idea is really creative and good.
Lowing.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty much what I was going to say. So I won't elaborate too much, but I think that conceptually, it would be phenomenal if we have a chance for, obviously probably what comes to a lot of our minds is the President Hotel. If they had enough notice to scatter around and find $40 million and buy that, and, but for one thing, that's not going to be in 30 days. It's going to probably be longer than that. And secondly, first right of refusal versus, they get a chance to make a bid is another thing. So there's just so much stuff here that we would have to debate in terms of how that would be implemented and executed that we just don't have, that I don't see how we can go forward on it. I would love it to be able to come back. But having said that, I can feel staff cringing somewhere that, that's another thing that they would have to come back with, and they haven't even prioritized it. So I'm kind of with more or less exactly what Commissioner Suma said, and I really appreciate your idea, Commissioner Templeton.
Okay, we have Vice Chair Rupavar, followed by Commissioner Templeton. Nope. Yeah,
I'll be
Vice Chair
super,
Rupavar.
yeah, I'll be super quick because I know we've spent a lot of time, but I did want to give that feedback. I really like Commissioner Templeton's idea. But I agree. I think we just need more kind of it fleshed out and exactly what the rest of the commissioners said.
Now Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I guess since several people mentioned that they were curious about staff's response on further developing, would that be something we do now or after the vote, since it may influence people's vote?
I think we can hear from staff now.
Okay.
Ms. Tanner, does staff understand what they're being looked to for at this moment?
I don't know, Commissioner Miller, you're talking about responding to your specific.
Someone, I think a couple of commissioners were concerned that staff may have a negative response to pursuing this any further or refining it further. And I was just curious if that's true.
I would say part of it is what is the it. So if it is an idea that, I think there could be, not to complicate it, but two motions. One is to not pursue Topa Copa in the form that's been typically kind of pursued regionally, but to pursue a modified idea of 30-day notification to perhaps residents or tenant occupants of properties and possibly affordable housing developers in the region of a notice that a property is going to go for sale.
Okay,
that's
yeah.
an idea we could, look into.
Maybe as a second motion.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks for chiming in, everyone. I appreciate your feedback.
I think I would still say if we do get to prioritization, maybe that's also where the commission may say this is like last on the list in terms of like where we have the most impact for tenants. Some of the other ones may be above that. It's not to, but I do hope that part of our goal is to have a menu or a kind of slate of policies that the city can keep working on over the next, it's really going to be a few years worth of policy development. So I don't think it hurts to have it on the list as long as it's not the first thing that we're getting to.
Okay, Mr. Templeton, questions answered sufficiently?
Yes, thank you all.
All right. Then we have a motion to recommend staff recommendation. We have a second. I'm not seeing any other hands. Can we have a roll call vote, Ms. Placheva?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No,
The motion carries 6-1.
thank you.
Templeton, do you want to speak to your no vote?
I do, thank you. While I think that this is an underdeveloped proposal and that has left some ambiguity, which I understand why my colleagues would not be ready to move forward with this one. I think it's got an idea that has some potential. And so I wanted to find additional ways to pursue it, and to be consistent with that, I wanted to vote no on the no recommendation, because I would like to support measures that reduce displacement. So hopefully, Chair, after this, I would like to make a motion.
Yeah, staying on this item 8, if I'm
Yes.
understanding you right. You've now spoken to your no vote. There are no other no votes. And so the floor is yours to make a second motion on this sub item.
Thank you. I would like to move that council asks staff to pursue other means of preventing displacement at the point of sale, which may or may not include giving a period of time of notice that a sale is going to occur, so that we may encourage nonprofit housing partners to be more likely to bid on properties and increase our affordable housing inventory in Palo Alto. Hopefully that made sense. If you have questions, please feel free to ask.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang seconds, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Commissioner Templeton, you want to speak further to your motion?
I think I've covered it.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, to your second.
I think it's a lovely idea if we can actually do it, but when we get to prioritization, I would probably prioritize it later. But I think it's a lovely idea, and I would like to eventually see it come back to us.
While I'm waiting for commission hands to go up, I guess I have a question. So the form of your motion really routes it through the city council back to us potentially. Do we have to take that route? Do we have the ability to ask staff to just, interact with us directly, or do we have to get council permission before they can come back to us?
I would love to hear Assistant Director Tanner answer that. My understanding is that we can't direct staff ourselves.
That's correct.
All right. Anyone wish to speak to this motion? Raise your hand. Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Suma.
I feel like if I could ask staff to come back to us with some interesting, investment of resources into a topic, it wouldn't be this one. So if I get to ask council to direct staff to work with us on a topic, it wouldn't be on how groups of tenants could purchase multifamily properties in Palo Alto. It would be, I'll save that. It would be on something else.
I think you called on me.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all right. I guess what I would really like, and I'm not sure if this motion gets to it, but I would really like to hear more about this from staff, particularly as multiple jurisdictions around us are pursuing it. I would just like to know more about it to know even whether your idea is feasible legally and everything. We just don't know. Would it make just as much sense to ask staff to come back with an update on Topa Copa, which sounds kind of like a tropical drink?
It does. We could all use one right now. I would just say, Commissioner Suma, that we can certainly do a couple of things. One is just provide some hopefully quick information about what's going on, supplemental to the commission meetings. And I do want to correct that the commission can direct staff to do things. However, we're not obliged to do it, depending on resources. So just to say, anyhow, you may know how that's going to go. But we could certainly maybe provide an informational item on it, because it isn't that we did look into it. So we do have a bit of resources through Ms. Bigelow and Mr. Reed that we could provide about just, what's happening and how does this work in other places.
Thanks for that answer. And I think there's an easier way to do it, Chair Templeton, than the seconder, than to send it to council and have it come back. I think that takes up more resources than we need. And what we really want is more information and an update maybe. And maybe we need to do a little investigation on our own. And it could be if it is a viable idea, and it is a lovely idea, as Commissioner Chang said, maybe it's a perfect ad hoc issue also. So I just wanted to offer that.
While I'm waiting for more hands, let me ask another question. Ms. Tanner, based upon what you just said, what it sounds like is staff did a fair amount of looking into this, decided it shouldn't be pursued at this time, and basically, kind of gave us the short version in the staff report, but it has more information that it could give us. And I'm wondering, along the lines of Commissioner Templeton looking for additional information, is that the kind of information that could come back in a director's report at a future meeting?
Certainly a summary could, and additionally providing some of the materials that you could read ahead of time or afterwards, in addition to the oral report. I think it may not, I would say Commissioner Templeton's idea is an intriguing one. It's a little bit outside, I think, of what some of the other folks are doing. So it wouldn't specifically speak to your motion, Commissioner Templeton, but it would provide some other ideas. So I don't know if that's helpful, Chair. Not to make this more complicated, and I hate to suggest it, but whatever. I like people to get along and agree, so here I am. We could, continue this particular item, or after the informational that we have, we could, just talk as a body and see if you want to bring back this particular thing, and fold it into staff report to council. Realistically, we're not going to get to council before the council's recess. So, it isn't like, next month we've got to turn this around for city council.
So we have a motion and a second. We've had the little bit of discussion. Yes.
Chair, should I amend the motion then to not go through council?
Your choice based upon what you've heard, and whether it sounds like if it just stays at this level with staff, then it might be a little more limited than the full breadth of what your motion envisioned. So.
Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just leave it as is. All right, thanks.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see any further hands, so Ms. Klacheva, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Sure. Commissioner Alchek.
No.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Chair Hackman. Chair Hackman?
Sorry, no.
Oh, no, sorry, okay. Commissioner Lawing.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupervar.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries 5-2.
We have one more item. Ms. Bigelow, if you will take us to item 9.
Of course. So the last but not least of the prioritized policies that we explored was proactive rental inspection. And the idea behind that is that it's supposed to keep city stock of rental housing safe and up to code by having code inspectors routinely go out to all of the rental units in Palo Alto. And what we thought was that the feasibility of that happening was somewhat low due to implementation would be difficult. Also, the truth of the matter is that these are traditionally policies explored by jurisdictions that have something of less than stellar housing stock. And so does it make sense to put something on the books that basically is just there to be there because we already have a great housing stock if the prices are to be believed?
And I'll just add that, the way these are typically implemented is proactive. So there's staffing that is routinely and regularly going out. That's quite costly. So this is estimated cost in millions. And then to Ms. Bigelow's point, not only do we have generally good standards and meeting of our building codes, we also have the ability, if it's not meeting code, to use our code enforcement services, limited though they are, to address any substandard issues that would arise. So it's a little more reactive than proactive, but it's still an opportunity for tenants to avail themselves of any challenges with their housing.
All right, I see Commissioners Suma and Chang have their hands up. Questions before the lightning round? Nope, okay, both lightning rounds. So we'll start with Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I will be very brief. I think this is 100% impractical and unnecessary, given that code enforcement code enforcement actions are complaint-based. And I don't see why this should be different. It would be asking our sole code enforcement officer to inspect half of the city's residential units on a regular basis. So I can honestly say that I am 100% in agreement with staff on this one.
Mr. Chang.
I am also 100% in agreement with staff. It seems like there isn't necessarily a problem. So why are we trying to solve something that's not necessarily a problem and is very expensive and seems infeasible? That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowey.
I concur. If there's not really a problem here and it's too expensive, even if there was one.
Waiting to see if there are any other commissioners. I will state that I also support staff's recommendation here. And I'm still not seeing any hands, so I'm going to ask if somebody would like to make a motion.
I move, oops, I just raised my hand. I'm
Commissioner
raising my
Chang.
hand. It's late. I move that we support staff's recommendation regarding proactive rental inspection program.
Second.
We have a motion. I think that we recommend staff's recommendation.
Oh, right.
To not pursue this from Commissioner Chang, and a second from Commissioner Suma. Either of you like to speak further to your motion or second respectively? Nope. All right. Any commissioners need to weigh in on this? Seeing no hands, Ms. Klicheva, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Aye.
Chair Hackman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruparvar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, so we had discussed taking one more step on this agenda item before we leave it, and that is trying to prioritize those things that we are directing to the council below, other than the survey program, which we've already designated as the top priority. So it is 11:30, and we would be prioritizing, I think, items 2 through 8. Even though 8, we didn't move forward our recommendation, we moved forward this related recommendation. So I think it would need to be included in the prioritization. So I guess I'd like to hear from the commissioners as to whether or not they want to take this on and finish this off tonight. So Commissioner Lowing.
Just 2 comments. One, we're down to approximately, I think it was 7 or 8 recommendations. And we worked through it, and council's gonna have to work through it anyway. So I'm not sure how prioritization helps that much. But the second thing I'll say is that staff may have prioritization, or it might be in the order of prioritization. So just to, shortcut this, if this is the order that they would prefer, we can discuss endorsing that set of priorities.
So Commissioner Lowing, I think you're asking staff if the order they presented is their order of priority.
That's right. And,
Yeah,
and if it is, we can discuss. We don't have to agree, but we can at least discuss their order.
Well, that's a good question. We did have an order when we wrote it.
I think that was what was intended.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the idea. I think we're certainly open to amending that, but definitely number 1 is number 1. And I think we all agreed on that. But yeah, certainly it is in an order that we would recommend, but open to the commission's will.
Very helpful. Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, I just want to sort of highlight that in my memory, the prioritization that we did with number 1 was very specific. And what we were basically saying was that we wanted council to separate number 1 from the work that happens on potentially 2 through 9. Because if number 1 has sort of a different team or a more advanced timeline, then when if it can be completed far earlier, then it informs the follow-up on 2 through 9 tremendously, or 2 through 7 or whatever. And so I think that message so it wasn't priority. It was like, this is the highest priority because X. And so we would recommend the council direct staff to bring this separately from those other items and hopefully on an earlier timeline. And I think that, to be honest, I think that the rental survey program, if it's done with some level of communication between the teams, I guess, if you will, or it could be the same person, could inform the reprioritization of the remaining items. And so I kind of think, we leave this to the team at City Hall to sort of figure out with the direction we gave them specifically on number 1 last time.
Other commission comments? Commissioner Chang.
I agree, because when I was concerned about prioritization, it was primarily making sure that that rental survey program gets the right priority. The one other comment I would make is regarding the fair chance ordinance. Since we're not necessarily pursuing that, sorry, not fair chance ordinance, the right to counsel. We're not necessarily pursuing that ourselves. We're just suggesting that we endorse or support other efforts. And so I think that it's critical to do that in order for anything that we do to be effective. So I also wonder, and I would leave this up to staff, but I do kind of wonder, do we pull that out a little bit and approach it with the priority that it is due, given whatever else is going on legislatively or funding wise, you know, because it's a regional effort. So that one feels a little bit different to me as well, although certainly not as high priority per se on the execution of all the other things as the rental survey program.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. I think both comments, my colleagues, sound correct. And also our votes show the majority priority. Our votes alone show which, you know, if we had a unanimous vote, that shows that we all believed and shows a higher priority. I feel like we would be almost voting again at this late at night, which seems a little redundant.
Commissioner Templeton.
I agree. I don't think staff needs additional input to form a priority. We've spoken at length about these things.
All right, Commissioner Chang, I think the idea for the prioritization was yours. Are you comfortable with this resolution?
Yes, I'm comfortable.
Okay. Then are we finished with agenda item 3, or is there anything any commissioner feels needs to be said? All right, so we are finished with agenda item 3. Good. Our next item is action item 4, review the city boards, commissions, and committee handbook and recommend adjustments to implement the handbook's directions. Commissioner Lowing, am I going to see your hand here?
Yes, but I'll be repetitive. You know, we're 2.5 hours past our time limit, and now's not the time to take on another agenda item that's not critical.
You have a motion? This is not a lightning round.
I move adjournment.
A little premature. How about you want to?
I turned it into a lightning round. What's wrong with that?
Want to move to continue this item to a future?
Yes, no, I do. I think we should continue it to a date uncertain to give staff, you know, their own leeway in terms of when this should come back in terms of other priorities.
See the lightning fast second of Commissioner Suma. Any discussion on the motion? Just want to check with staff that this motion workable for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm seeing Ms. Tanner say yes. I do see Mr. Alchek, Commissioner Alchek's hand up.
I don't know that this will do what I hope it will, but I just feel like there's this like expectation been created that this item is going to take up a lot of time. And I don't know what Commissioner Lang is referring to with respect to the pre-commission meeting, but like this item feels like it. I mean, I don't know how many of you attended you probably all did, attended or listened to the introduction of this to us at a training seminar. My hope is that this item doesn't take that much time, since I don't know that we have any, you know, authority to amend it. So I'd love for any commissioners to email me on the side if they are, you know, expecting this to take a long time at the next meeting, because I'd like to know beforehand.
Yeah, can I just respond to that?
Yeah,
Sure.
Please
Yes,
do.
I think Ms. Rubenvar warned us at the last meeting that during the pre-meeting on this item was very long. So there are some issues there. So that's all the data that I think we need. But I will just elaborate to say that one of the things that's in there is for us to come up with a work plan. To my knowledge, that's never happened in PTC history. So we have to talk a little bit about that, how we're going to do it, what it's going to entail, and so on and so on. So this is not a 15-minute item. No question.
Sorry, I thought the work plan was like going to be a part of our retreat, and we were just going to pick a date and then come up with a work plan at a retreat. I misunderstood that one. Okay.
Part of what we have to sort out, it may be.
So part of the agenda of this item is to develop a work plan for the commission?
Well, the idea of the work plan in the commission is something that we have to talk about for the first time ever. So
Got it. I will prepare them.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue item 4 to a date uncertain. Ms. Klicheva, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruparvar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Action item number 5, the request for recommendation on objective standards project, as announced at the beginning of the meeting, has been continued to May 12th, 2021. Approval of the minutes. We have March 31st, 2021 draft PTC minutes revised, I believe, by Commissioner Chang and myself. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes as revised?
I'll make the motion.
A second.
Chang, seconded. Do we have to call a roll call vote every time? Or can we just say all in favor on a procedural motion like this? Mr. Yang?
I believe the rules call for a voice vote.
Yeah, I think so.
So I suppose that could be an all in favor.
All right. Thought I might say it was 12 seconds, but I just went 30. Sorry. All right. Ms. Klicheva, will you take a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ruparvar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Committee items. Anyone have committee items for us tonight?
I do. XCAP presented at the city council and we're done. Yay. Like really, really done.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
That was a big deal. Good job.
All right, let's move to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. Not seeing any hands. Nothing. I will just mention that I got a notice that tomorrow night and Friday night, if you go out to Highway 101 safely, actually that's going to one of the frontage roads, they are going to put those overpass bike bridges up the next couple of nights. So I'll see you out there.
I have a quick question. In our little chart of, oh, sorry, you can't see it because of my background, but in our little chart on packet page 7, where it says all of our meetings, we have a meeting for May 10th that's not in there, and we have a meeting for May 12th that I'm not sure if it's going to happen because we're doing May 10th. Can we clear that up?
Certainly, we are not planning to cancel the May 12th meeting. We can add the May 10 joint meeting with City Council. Yeah, so we had not discussed as the commission is canceling that, and we hadn't assumed that we would. So I know that's a busy week for the commission.
Okay, so we're going to meet both Monday evening and Wednesday evening, the 10th and the 12th.
That is what we have planned. I think it's within the commission's discretion to, move to cancel a meeting or to reschedule it if that's desired.
When will we get the agenda for the 10th?
I believe it gets published tomorrow.
So you weren't moving the one from the 12th to the 10th. You're you're intending to do both. That was the confusion.
Yes,
I
that's
see.
correct. Yeah. Then the 10th is the joint meeting with City Council regarding the housing element kind of kickoff. And then on the 12th is our regular commission meeting.
Earl, check, I see your hand.
Yeah, a quick question, clarification. The joint meeting though, it's not, we're not there for the whole, we're just one item. Could be like an hour and a half.
That's correct. It is, well, last time I had seen the agenda and I will check and I'll forward it to you all tomorrow when it's published electronically. And if we actually should coordinate to get you hard copies as well, because they do hard copies for the council, but I don't think the clerk will have all of your addresses for the delivery. So we will work on that. But I can forward the agenda and it will have the final times. Last time I looked, it was starting, this item was slated to start at 7, but that could have changed if other items have moved around.
That makes a lot more sense. I'm glad you said,
By
said
the
that.
way, I literally can't remember last time we had a joint meeting. Could have been like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, but there's not a lot of commission minutes, commission member talking minutes. They're, you know. There
Good
aren't
to
multiple
know.
there
They
aren't
talk
multiple
and you
rounds.
listen kind of thing.
Yeah, that has been in the past. A lot of nodding.
All right. I think with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Enjoy your dinners.